Hey everybody, what's going on? Tom Gulley here, your old pal from the Tom Gulley Show. Happy New Year. Tonight it's the third annual Tom-A-thon, Tom-A-Palooza, whatever you want to call it. We'll take a look back over 2025. I've pinned the link to the top of the YouTube chat room so random people can come on and well, usually they yell expletives, and I have to kick them off. But it's open. Actually, a lot of times people don't even use it. But we'll be trying to go 4 hours tonight, much longer than usual, to get us through at least 2 of the time zones at midnight. And wish everyone a happy New Year. Of course, this is the cold open where we talk a little bit for our audio podcast listeners. You see, the show's also a streaming live YouTube program, and when you do that, you've got to, give people time to get into the chat room before you start the show, or there's nobody for the start, and it's embarrassing for everybody, mostly me. So that's why we're talking now, because if this is an audio podcast, and you like audio podcasts, and you tune in and there's just the music that I usually play, special custom music created by our musical director, Leon Kennedy, you'd think, why am I here? Which you may think later on anyway, just to be perfectly fair. But you'll maybe think that a little less now that I've explained it. And because it is an audio podcast, you can go ahead and just fast forward through the music if you don't like it, which you should like it. It's really good. But if you don't, just fast forward it, and we will see you on the other side after 2 incredible songs, starting with this one.
Let me tell you about the fire. merciful shout. And when Tom parks his Jag in a space that's looking safe, all the men wish that they could be in his place. And when he comes around, the stadiums fill up fully. They yell, "Is that him, Mr. Gulley? Is that Tom? It's Tom Gulley." I never know the words to say for Tom to look my way. Sitting in my place, wasting space for Tom to go far, popping some pills for the man with the Letterman star. And if Tom came to your country, would you keep him for a while, surrounding yourself in his familiar smile? And when he comes around, the stadiums fill up fully. They shout, "Is that him, Mr. Gulley? Is that Tom? It's Tom Gulley." They yell, "Is that him, Mr. Gulley? Is that Tom? It's Tom Gulley." They say, "Is that him, Mr. Gulley? Is that Tom? It's Tom Gulley."
Hey, everybody, what's going on? What's hot? What's hip? What's happening? Happy New Year to you all. We're not quite we're not quite there yet in some of our jurisdictions, but we'll get there. We'll get there. And until we do me a favor, like, share, subscribe, retweet, notification bell, all the free things you can do to help our little show out here as we close out 2025. And we have the super chats, we have the memberships, gifted memberships, we have the PayPal where you give the most, I get the most. Google don't get nothing. It's all in our YouTube description, along with the website, thetomgulleyshow.com, with the merchandise store. And if you're into the audio podcast, we are on Podbean, and we are on Apple Music, or what's it also called? Apple iTunes, Apple Podcasts. It's on Apple, trust me. I think we're on Spotify. We might be on iHeart. I know we're on other things. We're just on other things. Don't you know? Tonight we're going to take a fun look back at 2025. I have pinned the link to the show at the top of our YouTube chat room, so random people can come on. You don't have to show your camera. You can just be audio only. And who knows who might stop in. Although typically nobody does. And while we look back on 2025, why don't we look into our chat room? Because right at the top of our chat room, we have Terry Nee has already gifted one Tom Gulley Show membership. And Jeannie received a membership, says thank you, Jenny, sorry. Although Doopadoo reposted it. And I don't know whether that was from today or yesterday, because thank you, StreamYard. They're supposed to be helping. They are never helping. And that is a keynote of 2025, is StreamYard doing nothing to help this program, ever. And that's why I quit using them, except on special occasions in the free version, like tonight. And I use OBS now. Leon Kennedy, the genius that's our musical director, says it's New Year's in England. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, Leon. And I have to say, one of the greatest blessings of this past year was Leon Kennedy and all the fine work that he did to help our show out, including those great songs and the graphics that go with them. Krios is here. He says, Happy New Year's, Tom and chat. Happy New Year to you, Chris. Sky is here with an H2BH. Happy to be here. I'm somewhat happy to be here. We're gonna try for 4 hours tonight, so we'll see what happens. Oh my goodness, Doopa with a very generous $10 says, Happy New Year, Tom and chat. Thank you for another fun year. No, thank you, Doopa. You're always wonderful in our chat room, and we love hearing from you. She says, hello, Sky. And it's a well-known fact. We do have the most cheerful chat room on the internet as verified by independent sources. Hopefully I'm not coming through on just one channel in just your left ear right now. Somebody tell me if I am. I don't think I am. But again, that would be our good friends at StreamYard helping me out as usual. I don't know how your 2025 was. Mine, I'll admit, not that great. Glad to put it in the rear view. Not a year I will look back upon with a great deal of fondness, to be honest with you. But why don't we first I'm going to go through just sort of the things that happened this year. And then I'm going to go through maybe some things in television, maybe people we lost in 2025. We lost some biggies this past year. And we'll just take it from the top. And again, the link is and I might add, I recently unbanned, I would say 95% of the people that have been banned. 95%. Now, there's a few that are never going to be unbanned. and they remain incarcerated in YouTube jail. But anyway, and by the way, as I go through these news stories, not a lot of great happy news this year. I was searching really, really hard for great news. But let's start with January, shall we? This past January, almost a year ago, January 1st, as a matter of fact. Now, every year on January 1st, there's something called Public Domain Day. And that is when, the copyright expires by law on certain things. And last year on January 1st, all works published in 1929 became public domain. What's that mean to you and me, you may ask? Well, Popeye. Popeye is now public domain. And that doesn't mean that the Popeye movie with Robin Williams is public domain. And it doesn't mean like a comic book published in 1959 is public domain. It means the character of Popeye is public domain. And you can use Popeye however you want to. And you can also use the Popeye stuff from 1929 if you'd like. But the character of Popeye, hey, anybody can use it. How about that? Also, Best Picture Academy Award winner, The Broadway Melody from 1929. Also, public domain. And some other things. On the 2nd of January, a bad thing happened for you and me and stuff. And that is the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 6th District ruled in Ohio Telecom Association versus the FCC that the FCC cannot enforce net neutrality. And what that means is there is no net neutrality. And you should want net neutrality because without it, the speed and quality of your service can be calibrated however the provider wants to do that. They don't have to provide it equally. And that's not cool, man. That's not Fonzie. It's not cool at all. I don't think. Hey, get this. In case you were wondering, is there any more reason for me not to go to New York? New York City enacted a congestion charge for vehicles entering lower and midtown Manhattan below 60th Street, becoming the first city in the U.S. to do so. All those proceeds go to the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, the MTA, which plans to invest in long-term transportation initiatives citywide. Hey, aren't you the same people that created this congestion? I'm just asking questions. Yeah. Also in bad news, due to harsh weather and snowstorms, a water treatment facility malfunctions and floods, causing the entire city of Richmond, Virginia to completely lose access to running water. As a result, several surrounding counties have the same daggone thing, happen to them. Oh, we've already got things in the chat here. Dupa says, Leon Kennedy, thank you for the tunes. I couldn't echo those sentiments more. Terry Nee says, Tom's college soccer games are now public domain. Yes, playing with an actual pigskin ball and all of that. People wishing Terry Nee a happy new year, and he's wishing him right back. Here's a bad one, and I got a visual for this one. Los Angeles experienced on January 7th of 2025 the most destructive wildfire in its history. Fueled by strong winds and prolonged drought conditions, thousands of structures were destroyed, including most of Sunset Boulevard. 5 deaths were reported, while 180,000 people were evacuated, with fires continuing for days, known as the Palisades Fire. Yes. Also on January 7th, because he's a good news kind of guy, Mark Zuckerberg announced that Meta will remove fact checkers from Facebook, Instagram, and Threads, replacing them with a community-oriented system. Because the community's always been well noted for accuracy. January 8th, the California wildfires spread to more areas. January 9th, the state funeral of Jimmy Carter is held in Washington, D.C. We did a show on it. And regardless of how you might have felt about Jimmy Carter, he was kind of a badass when he went down in that nuclear reactor. Personally, when he was in the military, I don't know. I'm just saying. It's kind of a badass thing, I think. Joke's on you, bud. I only have my right earbud in. I'm pretty sure the sound is working fine. Not a political show, Dupa. Well, it never is. Terry, what made you happy in 2025? Oh, boy, I'd love to hear that one. To my knowledge, Terry Nee has never been happy. Unless I am unhappy. Let's see here. Oh, gosh, a lot of this news is just boring or... Well, the Securities and Exchange Commission announced that former WWE CEO Vince McMahon agreed to pay a $400,000 fine and reimburse $1.3 million to the WWE as part of a settlement to drop accounting fraud charges. And we all thought that would be the roughest day Vince McMahon had in 2025. But no. Yes. Also on the 10th of January, L.A. authorities declared a local health emergency due to poor air quality resulting from the ongoing fires. Evacuation area in the Palisades fire was expanded, and there was an independent investigation was called for into how firefighters have struggled with water supplies while tackling the wildfires. Yes. Yes. On the 13th of January, AccuWeather released a preliminary estimate of the total physical and economic losses caused by the wildfires in Southern California of between $250 and $275 billion, a figure attributed to the exceptionally high property values in and near Santa Monica. Yipes. Yipes. That's no fun at all. On the good news front, the Food and Drug Administration banned the usage of red dye number 3 artificial food coloring due to research showing that the food coloring is carcinogenic. Isn't that the kind of thing you'd like to know in advance? I call me wacky. There's probably some of it in this delicious Dr. Pepper Zero blackberry version, by the way. Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's some good stuff there, you know. Let me see here. On the 17th, Treasury Department sanctioned a cybersecurity company and hacker with ties to China's Ministry of State Security for their alleged roles in hacking American telecommunications companies. No, not those guys. They're wonderful. They're the mega, on the 18th of January, the Mega Zeph roller coaster at the former Six Flags New Orleans amusement park caught fire. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Also on that day, TikTok voluntarily went offline in the U.S. hours before a new law banning TikTok went into effect. Don't worry. It came back. Or worry. It came back. Ohio State won the NCAA College Football Playoff National Championship, beating Notre Dame 34-23. Yeah, that happened. That happened. Like I was telling you, not a lot of great news. I'm skipping all of the various shootings because I want people to have a little bit of a smile on their face, you know? Oh, here's one, January 24th. Spirit Airlines announces a ban on passengers who wear lewd clothing or have offensive tattoos. Well, I say, that's just not cricket. Terry Nee says, my wife left, asked me, and went back to court reporting. That was good. Hey now, all right, Terry. Terry and his wife have been together for a million years. In soccer, Chelsea's women's team signed American defender Naomi Germa from the San Diego Wave for a world record fee of $1.1 million, making her the most expensive women player and first $1 million transfer in women's soccer. Yes. How about that? I'm just asking. Oh, let's see here. Former senator on the 29th of January, Bob Menendez of New Jersey, is sentenced to 11 years in prison following his conviction on bribery and corruption charges. None of this is good news. This is very, very terrible news. Big terrible news here in Dallas on the 1st of February. The Dallas Mavericks, Utah Jazz, and Los Angeles Lakers are involved in a controversial trade that sent Luka Doncic to the Lakers for Anthony Davis. Oh, man. February 2nd, Groundhog's Day, the 67th Annual Grammy Awards were held at the Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles. Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar wins Record of the Year, while Cowboy Carter by Beyonce wins Album of the Year. Just two more reasons not to pay attention to the Grammys. In ice hockey, Jonathan Quick becomes the first American-born goalie to reach 400 wins. Yes! 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 USA! USA! On the 7th, we're into February now, aren't we? I got something for February coming up. I'll get to it in a second. New York City officials ordered the closure of all live poultry markets in the city, as well as the surrounding suburban counties of Westchester, Suffolk, and Nassau, due to an increase in cases of avian influenza. Yes. February 9th, this one's for you, Dupa. Yes, Super Bowl 59, I think, or 49, it doesn't matter. Philadelphia Eagles beat the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22 to win the Super Bowl. How about that? That was for you, Dupa. That was for you. Google Calendar on February the 11th confirmed that it removed Black History Month, Pride Month, and other cultural events from its service, saying the holidays were not sustainable for Google's new business model, which is rolling back an emphasis on DEI, that is diversity, equity, and inclusion. A hacktivist group called the Puppy Girl Hacker Polycule leaks over 8,000 privatized police manual and training documents obtained from Lexipol, a private company based in Frisco, Texas, that makes policy manuals for the police. The police. The police. Yeah. Man, this is just a lot of bad news. I'm picking out the good stuff, though. I really am. There is good stuff. There is interesting stuff that happened. There is. I swear to you. February 20th, amidst heightened tension between the two nations, the Canada men's ice hockey team defeated the U.S. 3-2 in overtime. And there was tons of fights during the starting of the game, apparently. Tons. Lots of fighting. Whole bunches of fighting. And let's see what we got here. Let's see. Terry Nee says, I'm happy my golf course didn't become a data center for now. That is nice. Dupa says, Terry, court reporting? That does not sound like a fun job. Did she like it? Terry says she's done it since 23. It comes easy to her. Dupa says, thank you for the good news on the lady athletes. No, that's okay. It's a soccer story. So Dupa says, let's flood Tom with good news. Terry Nee says, good news. Costco opened 1.5 miles from me. That is good news. Leon Kennedy says, good news, everyone. It's still 2026 in the UK. Nothing has gone wrong yet. Terry Nee says, good news. Leon is working on a Gulley song with my name in it. Leon, is it safe? Is it safe? Here's some good news for Generation Jonesers. I'm a proud member of Generation Jones, by the way. I just want everybody to be aware of that. I am a very proud member of Generation Jones. This lady right here, Demi Moore, at the 31st Screen Actors Guild Awards, won Outstanding Leading Female Performance for her role in The Substance. Yes, Timothée Chalamet won for his role as Bob Dylan in A Complete Unknown. Political thriller Conclave won Best Outstanding Most Wonderful Ensemble performance in a motion picture. And this was done for two reasons. I get to just leave her picture up there and look at her. She's looking pretty good, isn't she? Isn't she? Demi, call me. Just call me. Terry Nee says, she looks so different. Well, not to me. Doopa-doopa-doo, thank you so much for the $20. It's so nice. She said, you are not a fan of Philly. Thank you. I remember you in your chat rooted for Philly. I was in a home with my mother. One of my favorite moments of 2025. You made me cry tears of happiness. Well, we root for Philly because we didn't want the Chiefs to win again. I mean, Taylor Swift. Look, I'm not against Taylor Swift at all. I think she's very talented. She's a very smart businesswoman. But too much happiness and success can ruin a person. And I think it's just like, hey, you can't have everything. You got the Super Bowl the year before, for crying out loud. Yeah. Here's a sad story, and lady viewers may... This is links to my childhood. Joann Stores filed its second bankruptcy claim and announced it will close all 800 stores in 49 states with liquidation sales beginning immediately. That happened on February 25th. My mom got so much from Joann Stores when I was a kid. Hey, Indianapolis story here. Philadelphia needs statehood. Stop it, Bucks County. Don't get me started on Bucks County. They can throw that place in the nearest sewer. I got a long-standing grudge with that place. Ugh. Indianapolis news. Eli Lilly announces a $27 billion investment plan to open 4 new manufacturing sites and create 13,000 jobs in the U.S. Terry, oh no. I'm laughing. Bucks County. Central Bucks East. On February 27th, OpenAI announced ChatGPT 4.5, its largest and most advanced AI model to date. Also on that date, Meta Platform says it fixed an error that resulted in Instagram users' Reels feeds displaying violent and graphic videos, despite these users having content filters enabled. Good job, Zuckerberg. Yeah, on February 28th, a 24-hour consumer spending boycott takes place across the U.S. in protest of wealth and income inequity, high prices of essential goods, and the rollback of DEI initiatives. How'd that work out? Sad news for the Tom Gulley Show on the 28th of February. Microsoft announced it will shut down Skype in May of 2025 to focus its support and development on Teams, but Teams doesn't have a phone number, and so therefore I don't have a phone number, and that's bad. Although, considering that I post the link in the top of the chat, like I'm doing right now for months and months and months, and hardly nobody comes on, is it really that bad? Is it really that bad? I'm going to say no. No. Terry says, my nephews lived in Bucks County. Oh, I bet they did. Did they? It's good for teams. Should we go to March? Should we? Let's go to March, shall we? We're going to leave Demi Moore up until my March picture, by the way. And why not? Here's some good news. March 2nd, Firefly Aerospace successfully lands the Blue Ghost Mission 1 on the moon as part of NASA's Commercial Lunar Payload Services program, delivering payloads with instruments to study lunar regoliths and the interactions between solar wind and the Earth's magnetic fields. Wow. Can't get enough of that, right? right? What else happened? There was another. Oh, yes. Also on March 2nd, the 97th Academy Awards are held at the Dolby Theater in Los Angeles, honoring the best films released in 2024. Anora wins the most awards, taking 5, including Best Picture. Let me just see real quick here. Governor's Awards, here we go. Did Demi Moore win Best Picture, Best Actress? Well, the Anora lady won Best Actress. Well, I'm not in favor of that, and I'm not showing her picture. She might be hot stuff in L.A., but here on the Tom Gulley Show, that's the best that's the Best Actress winner. Yeah. March 3rd, TSMC announces plans to invest $100 billion in U.S. chip manufacturing. I hope they concentrate on Pringles. I do. I really do. Scientists from Colossus Biosciences create a new species of genetically modified woolly mice. Hey now, you want to talk about good news? Man, if that doesn't do it for you, I don't know what's gonna, really. That's some pretty good news there. That's, I got some good news for you. I got some good news for you. Here's some good news I picked out just for you guys. See this fella here? You see that fella right there? I don't even want to be on the same screen with him. You see this guy here? For those of you listening to our audio podcast, this is just a big ham-faced, mostly bald, scraggly mustache, fat-faced. That guy? You see that fella right there? Well, on March 7th, South Carolina executes Brad Sigmund by firing squad. This is the first execution by firing squad since 2010, when Ronnie Lee Gardner from Utah was executed by firing squad. I don't know. I think we need to bring the firing squad back. And in case you're wondering what Brad Sigmund did, well, he was firing squadded for the 2001 double murder of his ex-girlfriend's parents, bludgeoning 2 people aged 62 and 59, his ex-girlfriend's parents, a week after he and his former girlfriend had broken up. And to make matters worse, he was also given a 30-year jail term for first-degree burglary. Not a nice guy. Let's just say not a nice fella, shall we? Can we just all agree on that? If we agree on one thing in 2025, can it be that? Let's see here. I don't know what that's referring to. Dupa says, my father died in Bucks County. I miss him so bad. Just kidding. Bring on the bad news. Why am I laughing at this? What's wrong with me? Nothing's wrong with you, Dupa. Nothing's wrong with you. Terry Nee says, ever been to National Shrine of Our Lady Czechstoshwa in Bucks County? I've never been to Bucks County. I'm never going to go to Bucks County. And if I do go to Bucks County, it will be I will not be doing pleasant things to Bucks County. I'll pull off the turnpike and just go to the bathroom somewhere and leave it at that. Leave it at that. Yeah. March 9th in professional football, Cleveland Browns defensive end Myles Garrett becomes the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL after agreeing to a deal with the Browns that totals his salary at $40 million per year, and the Browns still are awful. March 10th, X, formerly known as Twitter, suffers from multiple global system outages as owner Elon Musk claims that the site is being targeted in a massive cyber attack. Cyber attack. March 12th, in continuing Firing squad news. Why don't I just put Brad Sigmund back up here since it's firing squad news? Might as well. Come on now. Firing squad news. There we go. Idaho Governor Brad Little signs a bill which officially makes firing squad as the primary method of execution in the state. Idaho becomes the first state with such a policy. Firing squad, anyone? Oh, I didn't put the banner up, the begging banner. There we go. There's the begging banner. The begging bar. Sorry about that. Not the begging banner. Not the begging banner. Let's see here. I'm also passing up most of the national natural disasters. March 18th, the records related to the assassination of John F. Kennedy that were previously withheld are released due to an executive order by Donald Trump to declassify and release them. There you go. There you go. And they're still going through those. Hey, side note, you know what I've been listening to the last week as I go to sleep? On YouTube, they have the Warren Report. You know, the Warren Report, the actual report on the assassination of Kennedy that came out right after the assassination. Yeah, there's like 28 hours of it. And I've been listening to that because I'm not obsessed enough about it. So there you go. There you go. Ice Cream Man songs. Oh, God, that guy hasn't been by in a while. But it's been cold. It's been cold. Let's see. Something about the Mexican national soccer team that I will overlook completely. March 27th, that bill. Yeah, he's got one permitting the death penalty for nasty things done to people under the age of 12. Very, very bad things. Let's see here. March 31st, the Oakland Athletics began their temporary relocation to West Sacramento, California, which will last until 2028, and that's when they will move to Las Vegas. On March 31st, Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey gave a 25-hour speech. His marathon speech surpasses Strom Thurmond's record filibuster in length, making it the longest speech delivered on the Senate floor. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? On April the 3rd, the United States was given hosting rights to host the 2031 FIFA Women's World Cup. There you go. It'll be the third time the United States has hosted the Women's World Cup. Yes. Let's see here. On the 6th of April, are we into April? Oh boy, do I got a good one for April. Hoo-wee. Trini says, drama queen. The Guido Samurai says, Happy New Year's, y'all. Happy New Year to you. Oh, let's see. Oh, yes. April 6th, in ice hockey, Washington Capitals forward Alexander Ovechkin scored his 895th career goal, 895th career goal, surpassing the all-time goals record held by Wayne Gretzky during a matchup against the New York Islanders. And he could play for another 20 years, and he will not break Gretzky's assist record. So there you go. There you are. For those of you who are interested, April 7th in college basketball, the Florida Gators rally from a 12-point deficit to defeat the Houston Cougars 65-63 at the Alamo Dome in San Antonio, Texas, to win their first championship since 2007. Bam. Bam, bam, bam. Let's see here as we flash through the month of April. There's got to be some good news in here somewhere. Buried in here somewhere. There's got to be good news. Let's see. April 22nd, Roche Diagnostics announces plans to invest $50 billion in the U.S. over the next 5 years, creating 12,000 jobs. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? Oh, here's the good news I was going to give you for April. Here's some good news. Another guy I don't want my picture up with. April 25th, U.S. Attorney for the District Court of Connecticut sentenced former Congressman George Santos to a maximum sentence of 87 months in federale prison for several charges of wire fraud and identity theft, and ordered Santos to pay nearly $374 in restitution. But he got to be a congressman for a long time before they finally put the clamps down on that fella. Look at that. Oh, by the way, he was ordered another $250,000 in restitution for this picture. Just for this picture. Puck hog. Well, it's kind of the only guy on the team. Kind of the only guy. I'll get to it, Terry. I'll get to it. Although why you would, I don't know, but I just don't know. I don't know. I do not know. May the 3rd, we're into May now. May the 3rd, the 151st edition of the Kentucky Derby is held with Sovereignty winning the whole thing. May the 8th, bam, there you are, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, May the 8th, American Robert Francis Prevost is elected Pope during the 2025 conclave, becoming the first North American to be the pontiff. He chooses the name Leo the 14th. And you know what? He's from Chicago. And one of the best things about this Pope is he's got a brother that's like a regular guy from Chicago. And they interview him, and so your brother's the Pope. Yeah, he was always kind of, pious and stuff. I never thought he'd be the Pope, He's just one of those guys, I guess, there. Yeah, he's the Pope now. I guess we get good tickets and stuff. I don't know. Yeah, he's the Pope. Can you imagine if your brother was elected Pope all of a sudden? Could you ever get one over on him at Thanksgiving or... Hey, the Pope blocked the car in again. Could you get him to... take it easy. He's the Pope, okay? What have you ever done? All right. Can you just have him move his car, please? I just need the car moved, all right? That's the main thing. May the 16th, Charter Communications announces a $34.5 billion merger deal with Cox Communications that will benefit no one. That's just a guess. I'm just guessing as we go through May, searching for some good news. Hey, here's some good news. May the 22nd. Universal Epic Universe opens to the public in Orlando, Florida. Universal Epic Universe. It's another theme park in the Orlando one. So I like the Universal theme parks. I look upon that as good news. I don't know about you. It's just me. It's just what I think. I'm sorry if you don't, but on June the 8th, the 78th Tony Awards are held in New York City, and hardly anybody noticed. Hardly anybody noticed. On June the 12th, Jet Zero announced it will open a new plant in Greensboro, North Carolina, aiming to create 14,500 jobs. On June the 14th, the U.S. Army's 250th anniversary parade took place. Hey, Let's a little of this, a little of that for the Army. On June 14th to July 13th, the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup took place in 11 cities across the United States, won by Chelsea. June 17th, the Florida Panthers defeated the Edmonton Oilers in the 2025 Stanley Cup Finals, claiming their second consecutive Stanley Cup. Oh boy, on June 18th, the death of John O'Keefe. Boston police officer John O'Keefe. The second trial, Karen Reed is found not guilty of murder in the death of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, who died on the front lawn of another Boston police officer in 2022. If you haven't followed this trial, it was the biggest railroading in history. And Karen Reed had some support of some amazing social media people that brought it to light. I think there's a number of documentaries, things on Netflix or HBO, and got some major experts in that just showed what an absolute travesty it was. Let me just show you. One of the things that the crack police team used to collect samples was yes, red Solo cups and Stop and Shop bags. And after all, they used a leaf blower to blow away snow from the evidence. And, oh, it was terrible. Just terrible. But she has been vindicated, although now some people are suing her civilly for it, and you know how that goes. Unfortunately, those people suing her civilly didn't realize that discovery would make them have to turn over all of their information on their cell phones and stuff, and it ain't looking too good for them. By the way, I should mention in the Karen Reed case, the lead detective on that case was fired from his job at the Massachusetts State Police for misconduct. Misconduct in what? Misconduct in that actual investigation. That doesn't look good during a trial. I'm no F. Lee Bailey. I'm no, what was the Raymond Burr show? Perry Mason. Oh, speaking of upcoming shows, tomorrow we will be doing a show on the Tenerife air disaster, deadliest air disaster in the history of ever in the world. And then on Friday, the Susan Walsh disappearance, another of these baffling disappearances. And then on Sunday, at the request of Roller Skater Texas Girl, one of our very wonderful listeners, the TV sitcom Soap. We'll be covering that. We will be covering that. June 22nd, the Oklahoma City Thunder won the NBA Finals in 7 games against the Indiana Pacers, which is just stupid. Sorry, Pacers fan. Now we're going on to July. Oh, yeah. Let's see. The Pope's security would move the car. I don't know who you're talking about here, Terry Nee, with that cleverly obscured, horrible epithet. But hey, by the way, I forgot. Doopa-doopa-doo, if you're still here, man, you got the point. Thank you for all your kind donations. You got the point. With the ring very, very prominently displayed, I might add. Very prominently displayed. Again, the link to this program, if you'd like to be on the program right this very second, is at the top of our YouTube chat room. And nobody's going to do it. What are you afraid? What are you scared? Ooh, boy. July the 1st, an explosion at a fireworks warehouse in Esparto, California. Did away with 7 people, but you just got to keep those fireworks Just can't be, you gotta watch the fireworks. How about this one? On July the 7th, the Internal Revenue Service ruled that churches can endorse political candidates for the first time since 1954. Here's a bad one, strikes close to home. July 4th to 5th, 135 people are killed and dozens reported missing during a flood in central Texas, United States. I don't know if you recall that one. There was the girls' camp and just terrible, terrible flooding out of nowhere, literally out of nowhere. And it happened at like 2 or 3 in the morning. It was just horrible. Just absolutely horrible. Oh, boy. Let me make that picture bigger for you there to give you some perspective. On July the 9th, cyclist Greg LeMond, a 3-time Tour de France winner, is awarded the Congressional Gold Medal at the Capitol. He was scheduled to receive the medal in 2020, but was delayed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Here's a piece of good news. 13 workers are rescued when a tunnel boring machine partially collapses an industrial tunnel in Wilmington, Los Angeles, California. They rescued them all, though. And speaking of tunnel boring machine, that's the nickname for this show. The detective. Yeah, he is. Because he actually, his name is Proctor, and I think it's Michael Proctor. He actually petitioned to get his job back, claiming process and things. And in that civil case, they subpoenaed all of his phone records, which he thought only lasted for a certain period of time, but they go back to like 2013. And when he found that out, he withdrew his claim to get his job back. So he's in big trouble. Terry Nee says, YouTube cut my Pope on a rope story if Pope was my brother. Yes, the same thing at that camp did happen decades before. They need to move that back from the river. We need to move that back. Just move it back. Move it back. On July 11th, the United States opened its first rare earth mine in 70 years in Wyoming. Like to have those rare earth mines. Those are good for business. Let's see here. Oh, dig this. And these kids movies that everybody, I don't watch kids movies. I hate kids movies. I especially hate the kids movies where the parents say, it's for kids, but it's got stuff for adults in there too. No, it doesn't. You're just so beaten down by having to go watch these kids movies that any vestige of something that might go over the head of a kid makes you go into cataclysms of entertainment catharsis. Disney's live-action animated remake of Lilo and Stitch crosses the $1 billion threshold at the box office 2 months after its release, becoming the first American film of 2025 to do so, and the highest-grossing live-action animated hybrid film of all time. These kids' movies make, because there's so many of them out there, and you look and you see how many of them are out there, and you go, how do they keep making it? I don't understand. It's like the Christmas movies that Hallmark makes. They're obviously making money on them, or they wouldn't make them in the proliferation that they do. But these kids' movies just make so much money. They just cart these kids in by the wagon load. These kids by the wagon load there. See, I shouldn't have done the Chicago voice, because now, Goat, I don't know which story you're referring to there. Sorry. I do not know. I'm telling you, there's just not a tremendous amount of people that just great news all year long. Not a tremendous amount. Oh, here's something we'll all recall. Oh, those cops killed that man in the Reed case? The boyfriend's family is suing her. It's insane. Well, the boyfriend's family is kind of suing her, but also the people that group inside the house are all incestuously related to each other, and they even have like not necessarily familiar relationships, but long-standing relationships with Proctor and other people in the Massachusetts State Police, the Canton Police, and the Boston Police. I think the people in the house killed him. I think Brian Higgins, who was threatening him at the bar, I think something happened to him inside that house. I think the dog attacked him, and whether it happened in the garage or the basement. Look, the guy who owned the house is a cop. And there's 9,000 emergency vehicles outside his home. He didn't even come to check and see what was going on. Does that happen ever to anybody? Police are famous for what's going on here. Not him. Testified, well, there was no reason for me to go out there. And the police investigating said, well, there was no reason for us to ask people in the house what happened. You got a dead person on a front lawn, you don't go inside and see what it... They talked to a few people there, but they didn't search the house. Anyway, I know a lot about this case. On July 30th, the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed. Yeah, that was not a good one. That was not. August 1st, ladies and gentlemen, I do have some August news, I think, for you. Recreational cannabis sales began in Delaware. And also on August 1st, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting says it will shut down in 2026. That's tomorrow. Well, at least the year is tomorrow. You know, tomorrow's the year, right? It's the year. Let's see here. Good news. Let's have some good news. I got some good news for you. Some good news coming up. Any second now. I'm already sort of to the end of August. It's not any good news at all. Absolutely. Oh, here's some good news. There's some good news for you. Got any Beatles fans? Any Beatles fans around? Are there any Beatles fans around? Sounds more Wisconsin. The whole district is corrupt. You got that right, Goat. The Point. Oh, you want the point? Well, I already did the point. Yes, Terry Nee. 7 minutes behind, says Goat. Don't worry about it. See this guy here? If you're a Beatles fan, this is great news. Oh, is this good news? Mark David Chapman, who shot and killed former Beatle John Lennon in 1980, is denied parole again, denied parole again. Ha, 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 ha. Go read Catcher in the Rye. Sorry. Our good friend Rumpled Trenchcoat has been a wonderful, wonderful friend of the show all year long. And if you haven't been listening to Rumpled Trenchcoat, a Columbo podcast, you're missing out. Go subscribe now. Right now. Chop, chop, toot sweet, licky toot, pronto, mediamente, stat. How do you like that for broadcasting? He says August 1st, legalize cannabis. August 2nd, Frito-Lay stock goes up 112%. That is darn fine sody. It really is. Mark David Chapman. Let's see. Dark Lelit says, homie looks like Jim Jones if he ate his followers. He's a little heavy. And that's the least of his problems, by golly. And that's probably the best news of all of August. Yes. On September the 2nd, a little company called Disney agrees to pay $10 million to settle Federal Trade Commission claims of collecting children's data on YouTube without parental consent. No, and they were required to implement an audience designation program because you got to watch those Disney people. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile. You know what I'm saying? September 10th, I would say among, if not one of the most tragic moments of the entire year, was the assassination of Charlie Kirk. That happened on the 10th of September of this year. 2 days later, 22-year-old male suspect was arrested in connection with that event. Here's some good news. September 13th, the Federal Aviation Administration fined Boeing $3.1 million over safety violations, including when an Alaska Airlines jetliner lost a door plug panel on its fuselage in mid-flight. September 14th, the 77th Primetime Emmy Awards. The Studio became the most nominated first-year comedy in history at 23 nominations. For the first time in the awards history, every nominee for outstanding writing for a comedy series has at least one woman on the writing team. The Studio did win Outstanding Comedy Series. The Pit won Outstanding Drama Series, while Adolescence won Outstanding Limited or Anthology Series. I've never seen or heard of The Studio till just this moment. English actor Owen Cooper won the Primetime Emmy for Outstanding Supporting Actor in a Limited or Anthology Series or Movie for his role in Adolescence, becoming the youngest male recipient of an Emmy Award. The Bob Hope Humanitarian Award was awarded to married actors Ted Danson and Mary Steenburgen in recognition of a lifetime of philanthropy, marking the first time the award had been presented to a couple. September 16th, Luigi Mangione, accused of killing healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, arrived at New York Supreme Court, his first courtroom appearance in 5 months. Yeah. Let's see here. Terry Nee says, more shows I ever heard, never heard of. I'm assuming that's what that's supposed to mean. September 17th, ABC suspended Jimmy Kimmel Live indefinitely following comments Jimmy Kimmel made about Charlie Kirk's suspected assassin on his show 2 days prior. September 20th, it is reported that Tom Homan, President Trump's border czar, accepted a $50,000 bribe from an undercover FBI agent. September 22nd, suspension of Jimmy Kimmel Live. The Walt Disney Company reversed the earlier decision to indefinitely suspend Jimmy Kimmel Live by announcing that the late-night talk show will be restored to the airwaves after an immense backlash. Immense? I would say substantial. I don't know if I would say immense. I don't know. Immense seems a little... Here's one for us Generation Jonesers. On September the 30th, AOL ended dial-up internet after 30 years of service. 30 years of service. Daggone it. No more dial-up on AOL. October of 2025. Is there any good news? Jeepers, I hope so. October 6th, the Supreme Court rejected an appeal by Ghislaine Maxwell against her sex trafficking conviction, meaning her 20-year prison sentence will remain in place unless a presidential pardon is made. see here. All right, here's one for you kids. Boom. On October the 14th, 2025, the retirement, the end of life of Microsoft's Windows 10 operating system occurred. Users will either have to install Windows 11 or use an alternative operating system from Microsoft to receive security updates. However, third-party programs and LTSC will continue to support it. Remember this guy from earlier in our story? This twerpy-looking dude right here? On October 17th, former Representative George Santos, who had begun serving a 7-year prison sentence for fraud and identity theft, has his sentence commuted by President Trump to 3 months, allowing his immediamente releasio. He's gone. He's out on the streets. October 23rd, the remains of Eliza Monroe Hay, daughter of the 5th President, James Monroe, are returned to the United States and buried near her father 185 years after she died in Paris, France. And high time, I say. What do those guys think they're getting away with there? What are those people trying to pull, for crying out loud? You know what I mean? I mean, just exactly who do they think they are? I say unto thee. Oh, dang. Why am I not on the screen? What's the deal here? Let's do that. Let's do that. I don't know why I wasn't on the screen. Thanks, StreamYard. November the 1st, Tom Gulley thanks StreamYard again. Thanks. Do me a favor, why don't you? Let's see here. Rumble Trenchcoat says, I kind of miss that dying toaster scream I'd get with AOL dial-up. Yeah, it was great. The dum, dum, ding, dum, dum, and then you got mail. AOL was great. I don't care what anybody says. It was great. You could find an AOL chat room on any subject. People that like left nostril nose inhalers. Oh, look, there's 27 people in that chat room. November the 1st. I feel like I'm doing the news again. November the 1st, the Los Angeles Dodgers defeated the Toronto Blue Jays to win the 2025 World Series, their 9th overall World Series title and first consecutive World Series title since the 2000 New York Yankees. They did that. That's some good news, right? That's not terrible news. This might be good news for some people. It's politics, but I'm going to say it. November 6th, Nancy Pelosi announces she will retire in 2027 after serving for 40 years in the House of Representatives. Let's see here. November 12th, the Philadelphia Mint halts the production of the penny for circulation, but it remains in circulation and as legal tender. They're just not making any new ones. Also on November the 12th, the longest government shutdown in U.S. history ends after 43 days. Ford Motor Company issues a recall for over 200,000 Bronco and Bronco Sport cars due to a possible dashboard failure. November 21st, I like George. He's a good guy, right? I don't think his name's really George, is it? Rumble Trenchcoat says they were lucky they finally sent her over. 2 more weeks and I would have gotten mad. Yeah, 185 years. Another 5 minutes and you guys would have been starting to irk us a little bit. November 21st, Marjorie Taylor Greene announces her resignation from the House of Representatives effective January 5th, 2026, amid a feud with President Trump. December, that's the month we're in right now. Let's see if we can find any good news. Let's see if we can find any good news in December. Well, December 5th, Netflix agrees to buy the film and streaming businesses of Warner Brothers Discovery for $72 billion, outbidding rivals Comcast and Paramount Skydance. Yeesh Louise. Man, oh man. December 8th, Texas formally launches its strategic Bitcoin reserve with an initial $5 million investment in Bitcoin. Wowie kazowie. Cheapers, creepers. Man, oh man, oh man. That's a lot of Bitcoin. December 13th, John Cena retires from professional wrestling at WWE Saturday night's main event in Washington, D.C., officially ending his 26-year wrestling career. I've got news for you. He's coming back. They always do. Come on, Ric Flair is still, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? December 25th, you and I know it as Christmas. A player in Arkansas wins the Powerball jackpot for $1.8 billion as the first Christmas win since 2013. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your look back at 2025. 2025. Whoops. Let me see if there's a... Come on now, be good to Tommy. Be good to Tommy. Be good to Tommy now. Come on now. Be good. Oh, do I have to do this backwards? I don't want to have to do this backwards. Well, that doesn't seem to... I mean, I don't really... I will, though. Let's see. I'm Sky says, does generational run count as good news? I guess. But he ended that. So he says, Uncle Trenchcoat says, $1 billion here, $1 billion there. Pretty soon, that adds up. You know, if you don't watch your billions, you know what they say. Penny smart, billion foolish. People saying hi. Most cheerful chat room on the internet is verified by independent sources. Still, again, another year here, 2025. We've gotten that thing. It's all right. Famous people we lost in 2025 in reverse order. Reverse order, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I'm doing this in reverse order. I know. What's that guy? I thought he just passed away. Tatiana Schlossberg, American journalist and granddaughter of John F. Kennedy, passed away on December the 30th. Isaiah Whitlock, 71 years of age, American actor, famous for The Wire. And he was the guy that was like a councilman that would go, she. No longer with us. No longer with us, sadly. Sadly, no longer with us. Michael Lipman passed away, American music manager of David Bowie, George Michael, and Matchbox 20. Bam. On the 28th of December, Brigitte Bardot, legendary French actress and In God Created Woman, Contempt, La Vérité, and an animal rights activist, passed away at the age of 91 years of age. And a lot of people thought she's real good looking. I mean, a lot of people thought she's good looking now. I'm telling you what. A lot of people thought she was good looking, I'm telling you. All right, let's see what we got here. I Am Sky says, what you drinking? I am drinking Dr. Pepper Zero Blackberry, the drink of champions. Rumpled trench coat with a very generous $10. Working tonight, but glad I could pop in and wish Tom and all the Gully heads a happy and healthy new year. And Rumpled trench coat, thank you for being here. You always make the show better. Your comments are always funny. And I love your show. If you haven't subscribed to Rumpled Trenchcoat, a Columbo podcast, it's here on YouTube. And they're going through all the episodes of Columbo, which you can watch, I believe, on Tubi. In fact, I know it's on Tubi. And for free, go to their episode, start with the first one, and watch the Columbo episode, then watch their recap. And you will get so much more out of the episode. You really will enjoy it a lot more. They're both innately well-informed about not just the show that you just watched, the episode, but all the things about the actors and all the things about the plot. And it just, please, give them a listen. And thank you for being on my show this year. It's one of our high points. Dupa says, I like listening to the Mountain Goats this year. I'm assuming that's a band. Despite it, Isaiah Whitlock made a career off of saying, she. That actually sounds, it is. I can't say it, but it is. It really is. I don't know if anybody ever watched the show Wheels with Ed Wallace. He passed away. He was really well known in the radio industry because his show normally was on weekends, and a lot of people listened to it. It was a really, really good show in terms of car stuff. It was a really, really good program. Really, really, really good. Let's see. Melanie Watson Bernhardt, American actress that was known for her role as Kathy Gordon on Different Strokes. She was a disabled person, and she broke a lot of barriers there. Let's see here. Mickey Lee, 35, American television personality on Big Brother, passed away on Christmas Day. Amos Poe, American film director, producer, screenwriter from The Foreigner and Subway Riders. He passed away also at the age of 76 on Christmas Day. Again, doing this in reverse order. By the way, the link is up. If you don't have to be on camera, you can just voice it if you want. On the 24th, Perry Bamonte, 65, English Hall of Fame rock musician, member of The Cure, passed away. Let's see here. There's a lot of really famous soccer players that I'm not mentioning because I know you guys don't care. I'm nice that way. I'm a very nice man that way. I don't do that. I do not do that. Buddy the Beefalo, 7 years of age, an America Beefalo, notable for his August 2020 escape from a slaughterhouse in Connecticut. He evaded all attempts at capture for 8 months until he was successfully captured in April of 2021. And then they didn't have the heart to make Beefalo out of him after that point in time. They just didn't. Chris Ray, 74, English singer-songwriter, wrote, "Fool if you think it's over, 'cause we said goodbye. fool if you think it's over. Tell me why. Anyway, he passed away on the 20th. Let's see here. Betty Reed Soskin, 104 years of age, an American park ranger assigned to the Rosie the Riveter World War II Homefront National Historical Park in Richmond, California. Oldest serving National Park Service ranger of all time. Only retired 4 years ago at the age of 100. Vincent Zampella, 55 years of age, American video game developer, Call of Duty, Titanfall, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, was in a traffic collision, sadly enough. Sadly enough. Rich McGeorge, Hall of Fame football player, Green Bay Packers, and a coach of the Birmingham Stallions and the Miami Dolphins, died on the 18th of December. At the age of 105 on December 20th, Ira Ike Schaub passed away at the age of 105, an American Navy sailor and survivor of the attack on Pearl Harbor. Robert Lindsay, 90, American author. He wrote The Falcon and the Snowman. You may have seen the film. He wrote the novel. James Ransone, December 17th, age 46. He was in The Wire. He was in It, Chapter 2, and The Black Phone. So a lot of horror films. Passed away at the age of 46. Well, a lot of American politicians. I guess there are a lot of them. Terry O'Malley Seidler, 92, was an American businesswoman, died on the 16th of December. She was the owner of the Los Angeles Dodgers from 1979 to 1997. Helen Siff, known for roles in numerous films, including The Karate Kid, You Don't Mess with the Zohan, Hail Caesar, Big Top Pee-wee. She was 88, and she died from complications of surgery. So, there you are. Let's see here. Oh, chat room. Doopadoopadoo says, Jill Sobule died in a house fire May 1st, 2025. It makes me cry. She was so sweet. I'm sorry, Tom, if you already mentioned it. I'm only to December 16th, and we're going backwards. So I'm not near there yet. Jean Genie says, thank you for the gift. I think you're thanking Terry Nee for gifting you that membership. Pretty sure that's what's going on here. Gil Gerard, 82, American actor. You remember him from Buck Rogers. He was Buck Rogers in the 25th Century, and Airport 77, and The Doctors, which I believe was a soap opera. Gil Gerard passing away on the 16th of December of this year. See here. Oh, there's some middle of the road athletes. I'm not going to mention them. I don't know that you guys would recall them. Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm not going to mention that. I'm not going to mention there's a certain kind of actor, a certain kind of movie. I'm not going to mention that. I don't think that'd be a good idea. Anthony Geary, 78, You know him as Luke from General Hospital. He was also in Weird Al Yankovic's UHF and some other things. But yes, he was Luke of Luke and Laura fame, passing away at age 78, just the 14th of December. Michelle Singer Reiner and Rob Reiner passing away. We all know what happened there on the 14th. I did an entire show about it. The American professional wrestler, also on the 14th of December, Solomon Grundy passing away. Let's see here. There's some people that passed away this year that are really influential in the music industry, but no one's really heard of them. They're behind the scenes folks. Behind the scenes folks. Very much behind the scenes folks. Peter Green, who was in Pulp Fiction, The Mask, Clean and Shaven. American actor dying at the age of 60 on the 12th of December. Tell you what, this is going too slowly. I'm finding a better thing for this. Here we go. I think this is going to be better for us all. Brigitte Bardot, Rob Reiner, Sophie Kinsella, famous writer, passed away. Legendary architect Frank Gehry, Tom Stoppard, who is a playwright and a screenwriter of some note, passed away. James Watson, oh, this is great. It's freezing up on me here. Thanks, StreamYard. The guy who kind of pioneered the DNA double helix, Dick Cheney, passed away, a political figure of some note for a long time. Diane Ladd, 3 Academy Award nominations. She also passed away. Prunella Scales, former wife, the wife of John Cleese in the TV show Fawlty Towers. Prunella Scales passing away October 27th, 2025. June Lockhart. June Lockhart passed away at the age of 100. She, of course, was the mom on Lassie. She was the mom on Lost in Space and a number of other big shows. She was in the cast of Petticoat Junction for the last 2 seasons. She appeared in General Hospital, Marcus Welby, MD, Ellery Queen, Quincy, Vegas, Magnum, Roseanne, Beverly Hills 90210, Grey's Anatomy, Cold Case. She voiced Alpha Control in the 2021 Netflix reboot of Lost in Space. She also starred in touring productions of Steel Magnolias and a whole bunch of other stuff. Yes. Ace Frehley, founding member and lead guitarist of the band Kiss, passed away. Susan Stamberg. This is a tough one for me because I met Susan Stamberg. I have, what's the name of her book? What is the name of her? I have her book autographed. When I was in college, of course, the college FM station had All Things Considered on it. And she wrote a book called Every Night at 5 or something like that, and she autographed it. But Susan Stamberg, the founding mother of National Public Radio, the first woman to anchor a national nightly news broadcast, and longtime host of All Things Considered. She was there at the beginning when NPR debuted, hired as a tape editor. By 1972, a year later, she was co-hosting All Things Considered. And there were few women in broadcasting after whom she could model herself. She did her own thing. Susan Stamberg passed away this year. Diane Keaton, ladies and gentlemen. Diane Keaton. Great googly moogly. Excelled at comedy and drama. Annie Hall, The Godfather, Manhattan, Reds. Also directed her own movie. Sort of a documentary, which is really great. Did Radio Days, did Manhattan Murder Mystery, Interiors. She was just looking for Mr. Goodbar, was another amazing dramatic performance by her. And, in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, she did drama and comedy. She did Crimes of the Heart, Baby Boom, First Wives Club, Father of the Bride, all those movies. Morning Glory, The Family Stone, Something's Gotta Give, which, by the way, earned her 4th Academy Award nomination. She directed the documentary Heaven. She directed episodes of China Beach, Twin Peaks, Pasadena. She directed a Belinda Carlisle music video. Yeah. She had some best-selling memoirs, recipient of the American Film Institute Lifetime Achievement Award in 2017, and just an amazing person. Jane Goodall, known as an anthropologist and, conservationist that did lots of things with monkeys. Jane Goodall was big when I was a kid. She was in a lot of... Do I have Elvis Costello's autograph? I do not. And Dupa, I have spoken to Elvis Costello. I do not have his autograph, however. Goat says, darn, I didn't know Ace died. Yes, Ace died. Ace Frehley has died. I didn't either, but I should have. Diane Keaton, one of my favorites. She is great. One of a kind. There'll never be another like her. In addition to the fact, I should point out, watch her interviews on Letterman. She is so funny. And I think that she was very uncomfortable being interviewed. She was a little discombobulated. Here's another big one. Claudia Cardinal. Italian actress, starred in more than 100 films, including Federico Fellini's 8.5 and The Leopard, but she did a ton of movies here as well. She did The Pink Panther with Peter Sellers, Circus World with John Wayne, Don't Make Waves with Tony Curtis, and The Professionals with Burt Lancaster, really good movie. But she refused to sign exclusivity contracts with American studios, so most of the time she was in foreign films. Some of you may not have heard of this guy, but you should have. Sonny Curtis, songwriter, musician, Rock and Roll Hall of Famer, early bandmate of Buddy Holly, and he wrote I Fought the Law, but the law won. Yeah, he wrote that. He also wrote the theme song of the Mary Tyler Moore Show. When he was 14, he met young Buddy Holly in nearby Lubbock, and the two started playing guitars together. Yeah, started playing rock and roll. Curtis left to tour with country star, yes, Slim Whitman. Yeah. He did serve as a pallbearer after Buddy Holly died in a plane crash in 1959. And then he joined the Crickets. His songs were recorded by the Everly Brothers, Bobby Goldsboro, Andy Williams, Ricky Skaggs, and The Collage. Yes. So there you go. Robert Redford, of course, passed away this year. Legendary director, actor, philanthropist, just, an amazing record. Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, The Way We Were, The Sting, All the President's Men, started the Sundance Film Festival. He also did Downhill Racer, The Hot Rock, Jeremiah Johnson, which is a brilliant classic movie, The Candidate, The Great Gatsby, The Great Waldo Pepper, 3 Days of the Condor, The Electric Horseman. God, is that a good movie? The Electric Horseman is an amazing movie. It's like a Frank Capra movie. It's wonderful. Brubaker, he directed Ordinary People. He won Best Director for that, did Robert Redford. The Natural. Is there a baseball movie as good as The Natural? It's one of the best. Out of Africa, Indecent Proposal, the Captain America movies, for crying out loud. Anyway, the great Robert Redford. Terrence Stamp. Most Americans would recognize him as General Zod in Superman 2. But he did do quite a few other movies that people would recognize him in. And he normally played a villain or just a rich guy from England. He was in Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. He was in Bowfinger, in a lot of stuff. Passed away. Astronaut James Lovell. Lonnie Anderson. Originally hired to play a dumb blonde. She liked the show. She didn't like her role. So she said, why don't we make her the smartest person in the room, even though she looks like a dumb blonde? And that's what happened. Her first role was an uncredited appearance in a Steve McQueen Western, Nevada Smith. She guest starred on TV series like SWAT, Policewoman, Phyllis, Police Story, Barnaby Jones, The Bob Newhart Show, and The Incredible Hulk. Following WKRP, she starred in the series Partners in Crime. Not a bad show, She was in the Jane Mansfield Story, In 1990s, she returned to the role of Jennifer Marlowe in the new WKRP in Cincinnati. In her 1995 autobiography, My Life in High Heels, she wrote about her marriage and tabloid divorce to Burt Reynolds, calling it Growth of a Woman Who Survives. Now, here's a big one for me, ladies and gentlemen. We did a show on this one. Okay, we really did a big show on this one. This is one of my heroes. Tom Lehrer passed away this year. Tom Lehrer. I will tell you all about Tom Lehrer very quickly as soon as I go through some of the chat. Speaking is better than an autograph. I agree. She was shy. Claudia Cardinal. No, Diane Keaton, a little bit. She was nervous when she was on one of these shows. Let's see here. Strober Doble. I don't know who that is, but I'm glad you're here. Maybe you have a name that's different. YouTube switched them all up on us. Tom, I love your warmth, your inspiration, and your mouth. Well, thank you. Thank you. Dupa loves his chapped lips. I don't have chapped lips. Strober, what is your favorite movie? I don't know who that is, but I probably should. Tom Lehrer was a math prodigy, earning a Harvard degree at age 18, was perhaps the only mathematician with a recording contract, but while he was teaching at Harvard and MIT, he was best known to the public as a musical satirist, recording songs in the 50s and 60s about politics, marriage, race, religion, the Boy Scouts, the Cold War, the environment. His ditties included Poisoning Pigeons in the Park, The Old Dope Peddler, Be Prepared, and The Vatican Rag. His song, I Got It From Agnes, hinted at the spread of sexually transmitted diseases amongst his friends. He also wrote holiday music like I'm Spending Hanukkah in Santa Monica. Started writing comedic songs and performing them in reviews at Harvard. Made his first record, Songs by Tom Lehrer, in 1953. His 1959 live recording, An Evening Wasted with Tom Lehrer, was nominated for a Grammy for Best Comedy Performance Musical. He also contributed songs to the satirical TV news series That Was the Week That Was, the BBC's The Frost Report, and The Electric Company. And his music became the basis of an off-Broadway revue called Tom-Foolery. He largely abandoned his moonlighting music career to return to teaching math. He was on the faculty of the University of California at Santa Cruz into his late 70s. However, long after he'd stopped touring, his recordings earned another life via Dr. Demento's long-running radio show, inspiring people like Weird Al Yankovic. And while his body of work was quite small, fewer than 100 songs, they filled out several compilations, including a box set, The Remains of Tom Lehrer. And most importantly, in 2020, he relinquished the copyright to his songs, granting public permission to use them in any format. Posting the lyrics and sheet music online, he wrote, "Help yourselves and don't send me any money." There you go. What do you think of that? What do you think of that? Incidentally, my show on Tom Lehrer got tagged by YouTube, and I wrote them back pretty much what you just heard, and it was removed. Can you dig it? Let's see here. Strober Doble. By the way, the link is posted at the top of this page if anybody wants to be on live. By golly. Hulk Hogan. That'll do it. Hulk Hogan. I think we did a show on him. Cleo Lane. Oh, British singer. Dame Cleo Lane. One of the most distinctive voices in jazz. 4-octave vocal range for jazz, pop, Broadway, and opera. Ozzy Osbourne passed away this year. Founding member, frontman of Black Sabbath. And we all know him from the Osbournes. Among his hits were Crazy Train, Goodbye to Romance, Flying High Again, Bark at the Moon, Shot in the Dark, Mama, I'm Coming Home, Road to Nowhere, See You on the Other Side, Back on Earth, Gets Me Through, I Don't Want to Stop, Let Me Hear You Scream, and Under the Graveyard. In July of 2025 in Birmingham, the original Black Sabbath lineup reunited for the first time in 20 years. Osbourne said would be his final concert, a tribute assembled from Aerosmith, Metallica, Guns N' Roses, Slayer, Tool, Pantera, Alice in Chains, and there you go. Chuck Mangione. I saw Chuck Mangione at Ball State 4 or 5 instrument. But you know him from the song they used to play in the golf broadcast, Feels So Good. Malcolm Jamal Warner, Theo Huxtable, The Cosby Show. Did a lot of other things. I believe he was a swimming accident of some kind. It does not tell in this bio. So there you go. There you go. I don't understand. Connie Francis. Oh, man. Connie Francis, pop star, more than a dozen top 20 hits, including Who's Sorry Now, Lipstick on Your Collar, Everybody's Somebody's Fool, and where the boys are. Someone waits for me. Connie Francis. 16 gold records before she turned 25. What do you think of that? What do you think of that? 16. David Gergen, famous political wonk. Michael Madsen, best known for standout performances in the films of Quentin Tarantino, projecting menace and insouciance with a chaser of violence in Reservoir Dogs, Kill Bill, Volumes 1 and 2, and The Hateful Eight, brother of actress Virginia Madsen. More than 300 film and TV credits, including Diner, War Games, The Natural, The Doors, Thelma and Louise, Donnie Brasco, Free Willy, Wyatt Earp, Die Another Day, Sin City, and the TV series 24. But it was his associations with Quentin Tarantino that stood out most. He played Mr. Blonde, who danced while torturing a police officer and speaking into a severed ear in Reservoir Dogs. Then he was an assassin in the Kill Bill films and a killer in The Hateful Eight. Oh, yeah. There you go. Legendary Dave Parker, baseball player, 6'5", known for his cannon-like arm, as well as being a great hitter, just a great all-around player. Bill Moyers, legendary newsman, passed away. He was, the Bill Moyers Report was a big deal. CBS and NBC. He was a biggie. A guy you might not know of, Lalo Schifrin. If you know him for nothing else, you know him for the theme to Mission Impossible. Dun, 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 dun. Bobby Sherman. And actor, such hits as Little Woman, Julie, Do You Love Me, Easy Come and Go, La La La, If I Had You. Bobby Sherman. He starred in the TV series Here Come the Brides. And, 88, he became a certified medical emergency technician and instructor for the Los Angeles Police Department. What do you think about that? Yeah, Bobby Sherman. Luke Christie. Probably you would know him from the song Lightning Strikes. Lightning strikes me again. Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys passed away in 2025. Kind of weird. Thought he was a genius. Sly Stone from Sly and the Family Stone also passed away. Famous for Dance to the Music, Everyday People, Hot Fun in the Summertime, and I Just Want to Thank You for Letting Me Be Myself Again. Also, I Want to Take You Higher. Sing a simple song. I'm going to tell you what, Sly and the Family Stone, they had like 90 people on stage when they were on stage. They really did. Let me see here. Behind the Wall of Sleep, best song with Ozzy. I would put that on screen, but StreamYard's not really helping me right now. StreamYard's being kind of a jerk. Link is pinned to the top of the chat. Not that that's going to do me any good. The chef is on the couch. Good to see that. Nice to see you, chef. Loretta Swit of MASH passed away on my birthday this year. And she was also someone who was on lots of movies, lots of TV shows. Just a great actress and a very funny lady. George Wendt, Norm from Cheers, passed away. Had his own sitcom, The George Wendt Show. After that, appeared on Seinfeld, Frasier, The Naked Truth, Sabrina the Teenage Witch, The Ghost Whisperer, Portlandia. Yes, Dupa, I think, was talking about Jill Sobule. Released more than a dozen albums. Her 1995 song, I Kissed a Girl, made it to the top 20. Other hits included Too Cool to Fall in Love, Supermodel from the movie Clueless, and Bitter. She was born in Denver, praised for witty and poignant writing. Things Here Are Different was her first album. She crowdfunded a website to raise $75,000. One donor wrote, I'm not really a fan of your music, but I think this is a great new model, so I'm giving you $50. So she was on the front end of that. She performed with such artists as Neil Young, Melissa Etheridge, Billy Bragg, Warren Zevon, and Cyndi Lauper, and appeared with SNL comedian Julia Sweeney in the stage show Jill and Julia. I got to tell you, that's quite a list of artists that she performed with. Ruth Buzzy from Laugh-In. Sky says, be right back. Come on, StreamYard. Could you just once in 2025, once, got to reboot my Mac for the first time in a month. One of my monitors stopped working. Well, wait a month. Ruth Buzzy from Laugh-In also appeared on The Gary Moore Show, The Monkees, That Girl, The Steve Allen Comedy Hour. Yeah, she was Dean Martin's Celebrity Roast, Sesame Street, Canada Dry Ginger Ale commercials. Moved down here to Texas and had a ranch down here. Most people won't recognize this name, but Jean Marsh from the TV series Upstairs, Downstairs. She was in a lot of other stuff, too. She was in Doctor Who, Danger Man, I Spy, The Saint, Hawaii Five-0, The Waltons, 9 to 5, Murder, She Wrote, a lot of stuff. She was the wife of Mark Anthony and Cleopatra. She was in Alfred Hitchcock's Frenzy. She was in The Eagle Has Landed. You know. And she was a Broadway actress, too. Jay North, who played Dennis the Menace. That's right. Had already been on 77 Sunset Strip, Wanted Dead or Alive, and a lot of other shows as a kid actor. When he got the role of Dennis the Menace, series ran for 4 years, but was syndicated forever. And I mean forever. His other TV and film credits include Wagon Train, The Man from U.N.C.L.E., voice work for the Banana Splits Adventure Hour and the Pebbles and Bam Bam Show. After a brief stint in the Navy, he tried to return to show business with more mature roles. Also helped counsel other child and former child actors through a nonprofit organization called A Minor Consideration. Val Kilmer, of course, passed away this year. Top Gun, Heat, Tombstone, The Doors, The Saint, Thunderheart, True Romance, The Ghost in Darkness, Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, Deja Vu. There you go. There you go. Richard Chamberlain, legendary British actress, teen heartthrob in Dr. Kildare, king of the miniseries, starring roles in Shogun and The Thornbirds, for which he won 2 Golden Globes. Small roles in Alfred Hitchcock Presents, Gunsmoke, Mr. Lucky, and others led to his role as Dr. James Kildare, 5 years on that show. He then moved back to England where he played Hamlet on stage. Other films and TV movies included Julius Caesar with Charlton Heston, The Mad Woman of Shaloi with Katharine Hepburn, Ken Russell's The Music Lovers, The Towering Inferno, The Man in the Iron Mask. So, starring role in Centennial, a 26-hour miniseries based on James Mitchell's novel, then Shogun, then The Thornbirds. Other film and TV credits included King Solomon's Mines, not a bad movie, The Bourne Identity, Touched by an Angel, Desperate Housewives, The Drew Carey Show, Will and Grace, Twin Peaks. So there you are. George Foreman, Big George Foreman, former heavyweight champion who legendarily won the title again, came back at age 45 to become the oldest heavyweight champion ever. Married 5 times, 12 children, 5 sons. He named them all George. And sold 100 million units of the George Foreman lean, mean, fat-reducing grilling machines before he sold it off for a lot of money. David Johansen of the New York Dolls passed away this year, influencing the Ramones, the Sex Pistols, Kiss, Guns N' Roses. Rebirthed himself as Buster Poindexter in the 80s, had a hit with Hot, 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 Feeling Hot, Hot, Hot. Acted in many, many movies. Gene Hackman. So much has been said about Gene Hackman after he passed away in February of this year. Probably no need to go over it, but legendary actor Gene Hackman passed away in 2025. Grammy Awards winning singer and pianist Roberta Flack. Oh, what a singer, what a voice. Killing Me Softly with his song, The First Time I Ever I Saw Your Face, Feel Like Making Love, and The Closer I Get to You. Just, oh, good Lord. First Time Ever I Saw Your Face would make her a star. It was used in the song, in the movie Play Misty for Me, Clint Eastwood movie. Just amazing stuff. Secret Service agent Clint Hill, legendarily on the back of the limousine holding President Kennedy and his wife Jackie Kennedy. He wrote about it, spoke about it at length all the time. And he passed away this year. Tony Roberts, very frequent star of Woody Allen movies, passed away in 2025. Let's see here. Dick Button, legendary figure skater, one of the most accomplished men's figure skaters in history. Also had a huge career as a broadcaster, covering skating and Olympic events for more than 4 decades. Won a gold at the San Moritz Olympics, first American. The men's event. I'm telling you what, this Marianne Faithfull, kind of a Bob Uecker. Oh, the legendary Bob Uecker, baseball's Bob Uecker, and star of Mr. Belvedere. Director David Lynch. I'm telling you what, this webpage is giving me fits and starts. Sam Moore from Sam and Dave also passed away in the year of 20 and 25. Hold on, I got to wait for this website to close. Let's see here. Kobayashi says, Tom Gulley, hey, how you doing, Kobayashi? Is Maru here? We back. Happy to be here. Dick Button. Yeah, Dick Button was a freak. Dick Button was a straight-up freak. Now, let me see if I can repair some things here. Oh, look, StreamYard's really doing me some favors tonight. Thank you, StreamYard. Hey, StreamYard, why don't you send me another 5 million emails about how I should upgrade and pay for your service? No, sounds like a great idea. Where's my wallet? No, you're helping me all the time. You're constantly helping me. You're nonstop helping me. Not this time, unfortunately. What? I don't know what that refers to, Kobayashi. Oh, yeah, Maru isn't with you? All right. Well, maybe next time. Maybe next time on the Maru. The link, once again, is pinned to the top of the chat room. And I am sure, like most of 2025, when I pin the link into the chat, nobody uses it. Nobody uses it. And also, by the way, I unbanned probably, I don't know, it's 100 people that, that have plenty of chirpy, oh, Happy New Year, Tom. Happy New Year to you, sir. Have plenty of chirpy things to say in my chat room. Oh, don't they like to be the geniuses there? But they never come on to do that. I wonder why. I'm Sky says, am I the only one who sees emails like that and it's just an automatic, we ain't paying for that nonsense ever? Well, if it worked, I would pay for it. But it doesn't work. Here's the other thing that kind of chaps my wagon, now that we're on the subject. Here's another thing that singes my drawers, all right? I don't know. I think, was it last year or was it the beginning of this year that StreamYard, it was something like $19.95 a month for the basic entry-level thing that I need. And they upped it to almost $50 a month. And I didn't get any extra features or any extra anything. And it actually works worse than it did back then. A lot more errors, a lot more, and it's like, what? Why would I do that? That's just, that doesn't make any, there's just no reason I can't figure out why, Uh-oh, here she is, my sister. The senior lecturer in smart stuff. So we're at the 2-hour mark. I was going to try to hang on until 2 more hours. I don't know if I'm going to be able to or not. And then I just say that from just a content standpoint. I've burned through a lot of content here, don't you know? I just burned through a lot of content. I could just do one of the 3 shows. Wait. Yeah, one of the 3 shows I already have planned. I could do one of those, I suppose. This guy says 2 more hours. Yeah. Well, I was counting on some people actually, coming on, but I guess if they're not gonna, there's no reason for me to, God, I've got some in my eye. You do a show long enough and you're gonna get something in your eye. That's all I have to say. Oh, that medication, that's almost taken care of. Oh dear. Anyway, maybe, let me see something here real fast. I might need to play a little song for a second. Do a little dance, make a little love, get down tonight. You know what I mean? Let's see if it's in here. Let's see if it's Yonder Way. Okay, that's an MP3.4. I'm happy to be here. Let me tell you about the groove. I want you to go golly. I wonder where the original. I might as well try and find it. The senior lecturer is in the house, says Chef. Yes, the senior lecturer. The senior lecturer. Daggone it. Dagnabbit. Here we go. I guess I can try to find it. I haven't played this in ages, and I don't know. I really should, because there's no reason not to. Because old Tom might need to go get himself another sody. Take a little break here. That happens sometimes. Every now and again. Come on. Have I mentioned just how awful StreamYard is? Have I brought that up at all? Is that something that I might have? Abracadaver's here, says Happy New Year, Tom. Happy New Year to you, my man. My man. My man. Let me see if that's going to do it. Nope. Let's see if this will do it. Woof. I'm sorry, audio podcast people. I had a spirited debate with one of the AI things today. Oh, was that fun? That was just, and it was about me. It was stuff about me. Ah, here it is. I found it. All right, so I am so sorry for that. Probably every audio podcast person said, forget this. I have had enough of this. Yeah, why don't I go ahead and play this tune real fast here. And you guys can hear it. And you've heard it before, but it's just been a long time. And I'm not going to play the video that I typically play along with it. But that's if it will do my bidding. Come on, do my bidding. My bidding, you must do my bidding is really important. Why aren't you doing my bidding? Ah, here we go. I mean, I got the link pinned to the top. I know some people, they go just searching for live shows with the pinned link. Let's see. Hey, by the way, first of all, thank you so much for the $5, Lucas Malago. All hail radio legend Tom Gulley. Congrats toward the new year. Lucas Malago, without fail, retweets my postings on X every day. And if everybody did that, what a bright world this would be. And I just have to thank him. It's so very nice that you do that. It really, really, really helps. And I really, really, really appreciate it. Totally do. And those of you who haven't, followed me on X, formerly known as Twitter, or Facebook, a Facebook page, or here on YouTube, feel free. Feel free. And thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. Oh, I got to put this in stereo. And I'll be back in just, well, hopefully, this is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I hopefully will be back before that. Right? I mean, then, right?
But I'll make it very clear. So We're talking about spiders, and we're talking about pervitin', and we're talking about Bigfoot. I'm here to tell you where he's been. They call me Mr. Gulley. I'm here to save the day. They call me Mr. Gulley, and I'm gonna lead the way. They call me Mr. Gulley. I'm here to save the day. They call me Mr. Gulley, and I'm gonna lead the way. Here we go now. I'm talking about Mr. Gulley, and you don't know where he's been. Oh no, he's been right in your alley. Well, I'm Mr. Gulley, yes I am. So what we're talking about? We're talking about spiders, and we're talking about pervitin', and we're talking about Bigfoot. I'm here to tell you where he's been. They call me Mr. Gulley. I'm here to save the day. They call me Mr. Gulley, and I'm gonna lead the way. They call me Mr. Gulley. I'm here to save the day. They call me Mr. Gulley, and I'm gonna lead the way.
And that was the first song that our good friend Leon Kennedy created for us this year. I suppose we could do a retrospective of everything we've done on the show this year. I think that would bore people out of their minds. If anyone in the chat room has a subject, a topic, something that happened to them or that just happened in the world during 2025, I'd love to hear it. I know somebody who might or might not be listening right now just recently had a very invasive surgery. And boy, if there's one thing people love to talk about, it's an invasive surgery. I'll tell you what. This year was the year that, of course, I was heavily included in the introduction of the Ed Robertson book, The FBI Dossier. That was probably the high point of my year, actually. Other than being able to interview Ruta Lee, I'm thinking maybe I should I bring up the Ruta Lee interview where she offers to marry me? Is that something I should do? Let me see here. I could but if I don't have this in my audio podcast. Ooh, yes I do. Yes I do. And why is that listed as explicit? That doesn't seem to make sense to me. Oh, let me futz with my controls here. Hopefully this won't screw anything up too badly. Yeah, see, that was bad. That was when we were, let me see here. All people of note were born. She will celebrate again by performing on the El Portal Theater stage. And by the way, there's a link to get tickets in the description of this program. And now you can see a reminder at the bottom of the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 7 known wonders of the world. You are about to meet the 8th, the amazing Ruta Lee. Ruta,
Mr. Gulley.
Yes.
Will you please marry me?
Right now. Right now. I'm here in Dallas.
I am so thrilled by this magnificent introduction. My God, I sound wonderful. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, don't
for the
thank.
Amazing compliment.
Don't
and
thank.
Thank you for inviting me to join you and your viewers. What a pleasure. Thank you, dear Tom.
Well, don't thank me. You did all the work. And as they say on a program, you were on just the facts, ma'am. Just the facts. The facts
Yeah, you
alone.
name a show, I think I was on it.
You know, we should probably just listen to a little of that interview. I'm telling you, that was a big moment here for the Tom Gulley Show, interviewing Ruta Lee. And as you heard, she did ask me to marry her. I want that documented. I want credit for that. The chef says, well, today from 4:45 until 10:30, we were getting rocked in the kitchen. You guys probably get rocked in. That's a fancy restaurant, man. That is a fancy restaurant you're dealing with there, mister. Let me get that logo off the screen. That is a fancy restaurant. But yes, the Ruta Lee interview, that was a big moment here. Marry them, Tom. I would. In a heartbeat. And you heard me. I didn't hesitate. I did not hesitate. Not for a second. It'd probably be an extensive prenup on that one, I'm thinking. Yeah, I'd marry Ruta Lee in a New York minute. I wonder what Ruta Lee's doing tonight. She's probably performing at some big famous thing, raising money for charity. Anyway, that was a big moment on the show. But the Ed Robertson book, the FBI dossier, I was very flattered to be so heavily quoted in the introduction of that. It was like a half a page or 3/4 of a page. And he told me about the book, about the FBI. And I said, did I ever tell you my theory of the FBI? And he goes, yeah, you did. And I'm like, that's not like Ed to be so, it wasn't dismissive, but it was, and he sent it to me. And I saw it. And I'm like, yeah, I guess I did tell him about my theory. He goes, yeah, you kind of did. It's 3/4 of a page of my introduction of my book. And I felt dumb, like I did many times during 2025. And I plan on feeling that way in 2026, actually. But again, if any of you have any, topics you'd like to discuss, things you're looking for into 2026, questions you'd just like to ask me in general, do so, because I'm about out of Cheerios, kids. Oh my goodness, the chef, thank you so much for the $20. Oh, you're definitely getting the point for that. You're definitely getting the point for that, man. Thank you so much. I very much appreciate that. The chef is not only a great friend of the show, he's pretty much a member of the Gulley family, having known both of my sisters for many, 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 many years. He met them when they were working at a restaurant, and they, of course, strayed from the culinary arts, and he, of course, became a chef. That's all he did, was he became a chef, don't you know? And they went off and did other things, but he became a chef at a restaurant I've eaten at. And I only got to eat there because my boss was a member. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten to eat there. They would have turned me away at the door. But yes, Chef is a really, really valued viewer and listener, and thank you so much. And the chef always likes the Facebook postings. So those sorts of things really help the show out, and hopefully will continue to help the show out in the coming year. If we can get everybody on board with that, that would be great. That would be really great. I'm trying to think of anything I can possibly do to entertain the lot of you. I suppose I could. Well, let's see here. I suppose I could. Yeah, I can't do it like that. Let me see if I can. This might be somewhat entertaining to listeners of the show. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Well, we're going to find out pretty darn quick, aren't we? Oh, boy. I am going to go into the YouTube Creator Studio. And I'm going to attempt to calibrate for you all the top shows of the year that we've done. Not that anybody but me and a few of you care, really, to speak of. But we're going to find out anyway. We're going to find out anyway. Let's see here. Content. We'll just look up and see how well. Top live streams. Here we go. This'll tell us a little something. Just a little something. Views. There we are. And last 28 days. Last 365 days. There we go. Bam. Last 365 days. In the last year, what were our top shows? The tippity-toppity of our shows. Now, if only I can actually see the titles of these, that would be just fabulous. Well, I'll do it like this. There we go. Oh, and it doesn't change a thing. Well, that's beautiful. Okay, so our number one show over the last year with 820, well, we won't go into any of that, was Let Me Tell You About Welcome to Wrexham was number one. Number two, well, Let Me Tell You About Dark Shadows. How about that one? Let Me Tell You About Australia Day. Let me tell you about 500 shows. Let me tell you about Get Smart. Let me tell you about Don Rickles. Let me tell you about Charlie Kirk. Let me tell you about Columbo. Oh, that was the one with Rumpled Trenchcoat and his sister on. Let me tell you about Black Widows was next. A big surprise. Let me tell you about Billy the Kid. Let me tell you about Disco. Let me tell you about Richard Pryor. Let me tell you about the Milgram Experiment. That's interesting. Let me tell you about Bigfoot. Let me tell you about Bob Euchre. Let me tell you about the movie Duel. Rodney Dangerfield. Camel Spiders, Lost in Space. Star Trek Continues, Robert Redford, the FDR assassination, and the Wild Wild West. So those were some of our toppy performance shows over the last year. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? A little peek behind the curtain there for you, huh? Yeah, that was exciting. Tom, do you own Minecraft? That's a video game, so no would be the answer to that. Why can't I get my headroom straight on this video for some reason today? Thoughts about Roxy Music. I love Roxy Music. Absolutely love, Brian Eno. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. Love is the drug, baby. Love Roxy Music. Let's see here. The chef says, I heard you were pretty good at soccer in your day. Well, that you'd have to ask my sister. I doubt she's listening. Hell yeah, Duel. Yeah, Steven Spielberg, one of the best made-for-TV movies ever. Yep, that was a popular program, that one. Wow, that's good. So, yeah, that's, yeah. And again, the link is open at the top of the page. I feel like I'm begging. I don't want to beg. You don't want to be on. That's fine. I was hoping for some people that hate the show to call in as we stampede toward 2026. But we'll give it another 10 minutes or so. But I'm not going to just sit here and tap dance for an hour and a half. I don't think I can, really, unless somebody, points me toward a topic that would interest you. I'm glad Brad Sigmund was the victim of the firing squad in South Carolina. I maybe shouldn't. Maybe that's a cruel thing to say, but firing squad. Eesh. That's, yes. Let me see. Do I even have my soccer? Let's see if I even have my legendary. No, it's not up. I do have, Galumbo is here, of course. And, I have, what else do I have? It's not a particularly good one. I have the Tom Gulley, Marshall McLuhan. There's that. SG Fanboy did a ton of these. I need to thank him as well. I have the Wolf's Wall of Entertainment here. Thankful for the Wolf being around. He's getting better. Everybody enjoys the Wolf. But anyway. Yeah, it's been quite a year. Let's see here. Oh, dear me. We have the one, the only, Lelit has joined us.
Good evening, Tom. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
You got waterheads firing guns off in your neck of the woods?
No.
They've been doing it since like 7.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, I'm not going to dox you, but in your neighborhood, I think any water they can get.
No, for the record, I don't live in Balch Springs anymore. I just grew up there.
I gotcha.
You're not wrong, though. I swear, like 20 years ago, it was a nice place to live. Like,
If you say so. So how are you? What, did you have a good 2025?
Yeah, it was my first full year as a homeowner. So, it was a new experience for sure. You enjoy landscaping more when it's your yard,
Yeah, I bet. Chef's telling us it's 11:24 in Indianapolis, but we'll try to make it to midnight in Indianapolis anyway. But yeah, it's probably more rewarding to pull weeds if they're for your particular dwelling. Are you looking forward to anything in particular in 2025?
A couple of animation projects and stuff in the work I'm looking forward to getting done next year. Couple collaborations with other people and stuff. I don't know. There's projects I want to get to for sure.
Well, that's good. What kind of animation? You mean like computer animation?
Yeah, frame by frame animation, and then I've done some voice work in Friends animations as well.
the voice work thing is I don't know. It used to be. I don't know. It would seem like there would be a lot of, voice work. There used to be a ton of it for like radio and TV commercials.
Yeah.
And now there's kind of not any because they've got this sort of style where they don't really want people that are good at that to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You see a commercial for some stupid brand of earth shoe or sandal, and the voice on it is, "There's a million ways to get a shoe that's from the earth." And it's just they're like regular people talking, and they're not that effective. And a lot of radio commercials now are, "I'm the owner of this business," and it's the video game industry. A lot of stuff you would think would open up, but I don't know. It doesn't. I used to do a ton of voice work, and it's like I hardly do any now.
I mean, a lot of things like too. There's like sort of the people that already kind of have a chokehold on that industry. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the movie guy is the movie guy. Or like in dubbing and stuff. A lot of them, it's the same people that it has been for over a decade.
Yeah.
It's harder for new people to get into it, I think.
But like those video games, they have the like a movie trailer. I mean, a lot of the video games now are like elements of movies all the way through. And there's all sorts of characters they need. And some of those characters are not 20-somethings. Some of them are the evil guy, and you need someone that can say, "So you've made it to the center of the ring. Well, you may find that wanting a thing is not so appetizing as having a thing," or whatever. And no, they just get AI to do it or whatever else. I don't know. Hey, the wolf is here. Oh, there's a rare wolf sighting. That's awesome. Someone's asking if I am familiar with the English band Cardiacs. I am not. Are you familiar with the English band Cardiacs?
I am not.
Do you listen to a lot of Texas music? Do you listen to a lot of Jerry Jeff Walker and Ray Wiley Hubbard?
I'll be real with you. I do not like country music. I guess that's just the rebellious phase that never wore off. But like, I mess with Pantera pretty heavily. I like Pantera quite a bit. But
well, that's Texas music. But at least you knew who Jerry Jeff Walker was.
I'm gonna be real with you. I just winged with. I was hoping you would call me on it.
You don't know Jerry Jeff Walker? Up against the wall, redneck mother.
I don't know. Most of my catalog is like grunge stuff. 90s.
Yeah, but you can't live in Texas and not have heard Up Against the Wall, Redneck Mother. It plays in cars that are passing by and stuff.
It's probably one of those songs that I've heard and just don't know the name of.
M is for the mud flaps that she gave me. O is for the oil in my hair. T is for T-Bird. H is for Harley. E is for... And then he spells out redneck. Anyway. Ray Wiley Hubbard and all of them. Well, anyway, that's no big deal. Pantera, they play the Pantera song at the Dallas Stars games.
Which one? Cowboys from Hell or what?
It's the one that ends Red Wings Suck.
Oh.
Yeah, at the end of it, I mean, they may have made it specifically for the Stars, but it ends.
Oh, gotcha.
Red Wings stuff. So you listen to Damage Plan?
I love Damage Plan. Like, I wish they could have made one more album, but there was that one thing. What happened? Oh yeah, he died. So that kind of put a little bit of a wrench in the plan.
I ought to do a show on that. That's just...
It's crazy, man. The fact that they cared about the fans as much as they did is why that event happened. It's kind of crazy. Like, playing a small crowd with less security, you know what I mean? Like,
well, yeah, but I mean, I think there was security there, but they were playing like a really small club. I mean,
yeah.
Like a bar.
That's what I mean. Like if this, if it had been a bigger venue, maybe there would have been more security or like less entry point.
Well, I think at a bigger venue, they couldn't have gotten to them.
That's what I mean. Oh,
yeah,
well,
I mean, just physically, because he wasn't even on a riser. He was just on a, sometimes you go to a place and the band is just on a thing. It's just the stage is just like this foot higher than floor level platform of some kind, and you're pretty much on the same level as the stage. But that dude, whatever his malfunction was, and by the way, we're talking about the assassination, really, of Dimebag Darrell. I don't think anyone else was killed, or was there one other person killed?
I'm pretty sure someone else was shot.
I think the band's manager or something.
Or one of the stagehands, or somebody. Yeah, I know someone else was shot, but I don't know if they were killed.
Let me see here. Let me just find out about this.
But yeah, the guy's name was Nathan Gale. That was the guy that did it.
It's something. 4 people were killed, actually. Three others were wounded at the Alrosa Via nightclub in Columbus, Ohio. The target was Dimebag Darrell Abbott, who was on stage with Damage Plan at the time. During the opening song, 25-year-old Nathan Gale rushed the stage and fired his gun several times, killing Abbott. 3 minutes after opening fire, he took a hostage in a negotiation attempt, but responding officer James Niggemeyer put an end to that. He did not... I'm sure he didn't factor into it that there would be, a police officer so close that wasn't messing around. Abbott sustained multiple gunshot wounds to the head, pronounced dead at the scene. The other were Jeffrey Mayhem Thompson, Damage Plan's head of security, who tackled Gale, Eric Hulk, an Alrosa employee who tried to restrain Gale, and Damage Plan fan Nathan Bray, who had jumped onto the stage to aid Abbott and Thompson. The tour manager and drum technician John Brooks suffered non-fatal gunshot wounds. Road crew member was treated at the scene. The motive of the shooting is still unknown. Gale, a former member of the U.S. Marine Corps, had told his mother and employer he had been discharged due to paranoid schizophrenia. And he had been behaving erratically in the months leading up to the shooting. Some news outlets claimed he was angry with Abbott for the dissolution of Pantera. Others believed that he was under the illusion that Pantera had plagiarized his lyrics and was trying to steal his identity, which is just crazy.
There's been speculation for years, but I mean, the guy was never interviewed after the fact, so I mean, it'll always somewhat be a mystery.
No. Officer Niggemeyer of the Columbus Division of Police entered the club through a backstage door and one shot with a 12-gauge Remington Model 870 shotgun, which is a tactical sort of shotgun, and that was it. Gale had a half-full magazine in his Beretta, another 30 rounds on his person. He fired 15 rounds during the attack, but Darrell was only 38. Just a terrible, terrible thing. And Darrell was the nicest guy in the world. Abracadabra says, sounds like a Grateful Dead fan. No, this guy was messed up. But he started Damage Plan and was touring all over, and he was doing various sizes of, they play an arena show, they play a theater show, they play these little bars. I mean, they were playing everywhere. I think that was part of the reason that he left the Pantera, was he wanted to do his own things. So they were trying to spread the word.
I mean, another cool thing about that album, Newfound Power, was the fact that they had like Zakk Wylde and Jerry Cantrell. Like, it was cool to see that such a new group was collaborating with like already well-established people. I don't know, it's cool. Soul Bleed is like still one of my favorite songs to this day.
I'm just glad that officer was there, because a lot of other people, obviously in the Marines, he clearly didn't care about who he injured or how badly. And that officer very quickly just went, no, we're not doing this, and put a stop to it. So, but yeah, one of the like sort of biggest tragedies ever that really doesn't get talked about that much, you know. It's I know here in Dallas, it was, you know, obviously a big thing, because Pantera was, you know, so proud of, you know, being from Dallas and all of that other stuff. He was born in Grand Prairie. Yeah. But those guys, you know, his dad was a country music producer.
I mean, he was also their manager in the early years.
Yeah. And then they moved to Arlington, which I don't really make a distinction between Grand Prairie and Arlington personally, but yeah, he got a Les Paul when he was 12, and he got it with a pig nose amplifier. I don't know how familiar you are with amplifiers, but pig nose is this really cool brand of amplifier that's, some people call a stomp box. They've got bigger ones, but it's this sort of small but loud and has a very distinctive sound to it amplifier.
Yeah.
That you know, it's kind of perfect if you're first starting or if you're like playing on a street. They have a bigger version, two larger versions. I don't know if they make them anymore. I was looking up. They're very popular with harmonica players, and I played the harmonica, and everybody would always go, "Hey, man, bring your pig nose." The amplifier company was named because they were looking for something to make the volume control knob out of, and they had this piece of rubber that they just plopped down on the knob thing and like took an iron or something to heat it up. And when they were done, it looked like a pig's nose. So they just, pig nose, we're done. Yeah, the Pantera has that one song they used to play during the end of warm-ups at the Dallas Stars game, and it was, I forget the lyrics of the song and everything, but at the very end, the music came to a crashing halt, and then everybody in unison, you know, on the song yelled, "Red Wings suck!" Which was cool. Let's see here. The chef says that he saw Pantera at the Troubadour. Very cool. Very cool. I didn't know you were a metal guy.
To a degree. Mostly grunge, but metal every now and then. I was trying to, speaking of amplifiers, I was trying to find, so I'm pretty sure there's an amp with Dime's face on it. I know that Razorbacks are like, the Razorback guitars are like iconic because of him now, but I remember there being an amp. I thought it was head, but I might be wrong.
Well, there's amplifiers, and some amplifiers have a head.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure Daryl had, his, a guitar deal, strings, picks, everything. He was a legendary guitar player.
I don't know. You hear about a lot of the great rock musicians dying early of like drug abuse or like, plane crashes or whatever, but to actually be murdered on stage, like while performing, like that's something else.
Yeah. Yeah. Wade Curtis is here, and good to see you, Wade. He says, "See you next year, Tom. Glad I could catch some of Tom-A-Palooza. I remember when Dimebag Darrell died. I was a young lad and was bummed out, but I remember my brother being especially devastated." Well, the thing is that those guys were so nice. They were super nice guys. They were not, all into their own heads and jerks and I'm a rock star kind of guys, and they weren't, I'm sure they like to have a good time, but they weren't that obnoxious, drunk, in your face. They were just genuinely nice human beings. And And yeah, the Dallas was really hit hard when that happened. It was I think there was like at the time, because they really loved Dallas Stars hockey, and there was like Dallas Stars t-shirts that Stars was done in the lettering of Pantera. That makes sense.
No, they had that club in Arlington, the Playhouse.
Yeah.
It was pretty notorious for having crazy parties.
Arlington is so, I don't know, man. I lived there for 7 years, and I couldn't even tell you more than 2 or 3 places to go for anything. Mm-hmm. I never did anything in Arlington. I would always go somewhere. I need my car done. I'll go somewhere louis for that. I need this done. I'll go somewhere else for that. Where do you get donuts? I'll just drive to Louisville or something. I just didn't. Arlington is just kind of. It's a town that's like a stopping point to somewhere you actually want to go. Mm-hmm. It feels like. So there. Yeah. So, yeah. You got any big plans for 2026 for your new hacienda?
Finished doing the floor. The house had this ugly ass carpet in it, so we pulled it all out and started doing vinyl planks. And apparently the previous owners decided to just put wood foundation in random spots. So I mean, a lot of construction work to be done for sure. But
oh man,
slowly but surely.
Underlayment is underlayment involved?
Absolutely, underlayment is involved.
Oh man. So when you get the underlayment in, will there be tongue and groove wood floor, or will grouting take place?
Right now there's just concrete slab, and the parts that currently have wood, I don't know, man. I'm taking it day by day. Probably gonna put concrete there too. They turned the garage into another room, and then turned the driveway into a garage. Like, I don't know what these people were smoking when they built this house.
God, that sounds creative. The chef says I'm not a metalhead, but my buddy talked me into going. You ever been talked into going into a concert that you were like, and then you got there and you were like, hey, not bad?
Yeah, it was a Manson concert. Manson and Smashing Pumpkins back in, I want to say 2019, maybe.
Marilyn Manson and
yeah.
Oh,
they had this band called Cage that opened up for them, and they were just awful. Like, everyone was booing them. It was kind of crazy.
I went to, and this is in Indianapolis. Mm-hmm. I went to. And I knew I wanted to go to see the Reverend Horton Heat. And I had seen him before, but I saw him in Texas. Are you familiar with the Reverend Horton Heat?
I don't think I am.
Oh my God, dude. It's another hardcore, famous Texas dude. He's like metal rockabilly. He's like speed metal rockabilly. Look up the Reverend Horton Heat. I'm gonna look him up here in a second for you.
I'll add some stuff to watch later because
he opened for, or was the other act the opener? But the other act was Soul Coughing. Mm-hmm. You ever heard of them?
I have not.
I don't want to walk around in circles. Yeah, it's a pretty good group. Psychobilly is what the Reverend Horton Heat does. He started playing in Deep Ellum.
Okay.
That's where he began. Okay. Yeah. He's they released It's Martini Time in 96. Yeah, you got to look up the Reverend Horton Heat. He's a major Dallas thing. He got named the Reverend Horton Heat because when he first started, he had to work. He was working all these clubs, and he would like clean up, and he would bartend, bar back, do all this stuff. Occasionally, he would get to play, and he stayed there in like this supply closet that had all the heating elements running through it. And so it was super hot in there. And he would just be sweating all the time, and that's how he got the name.
That's the Heat and Horton Heat.
Yes, yes.
Gotcha.
One of his songs is Psychobilly Freak Out, Nurture My Pig. Yeah, you might like him. You might like him. But the Reverend Horton Heat, yeah, I got a whole bunch of his albums. But Soul Coughing, I went and I didn't know if I'd like Soul Coughing, and I went, not bad. Not bad. The Reverend, the chef says, sorry, Tom, I have to go. Everybody say Happy New Year, Gracie. Happy New Year, Gracie. What song is that? I know every Pantera song. I don't know. Strober Doble. I don't know who Strober Doble is. You might know from, man, I just assumed he was from the Cult, but I don't know if he
It looks like it. Is that like yellow jumpsuit on the little...
I can't tell. Let me see if I can find out here. A song for Dallas Stars. There, let's see what it is. It's called Puck Off.
Fuck off. Yeah, I just found it. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's only 1 minute and 8 seconds long. It looks like it's a Dallas Stars fight song. History of it's a goals song. Apparently they would play it after goals. Let's see. History of. I had no idea of the backstory. Well, I don't see the history. It's a Reddit posting that says history of, and then there's no history of it, which is typically.
Found something about the 99 Stanley Cup game. I don't know if that...
Well, I think they won the Stanley Cup in 99 into 2000, maybe? Or 2000, let me see. Let's see. Dallas Stars, Stanley Cup champions. 98-99. Yeah, so that was it. Anyway, yeah, Pantera, good stuff. And so your floors, that's what you're looking forward to, is your floors?
The floors and probably doing the walls and painting and such. I'm a painter by trade, so painting's what I do. But I'm like, why bother painting? The car if the engine don't start. Gotta fix everything else first.
I'm assuming you're married.
I've got a woman, but ain't put a ring on it yet. Don't got the money for that right now. She's sick right now, which is the only reason I'm not with her tonight. Something's been going around, and yeah.
Yeah. Well, it must be a strong relationship if you can say to a woman, "Honey, I'd like to marry you, but I gotta do the floors first."
I gotta do in the floors in the house I bought for you.
Yeah. Hey, I'd like to, join you in wedded bliss and holy matrimony in front of your family and mine and all of our friends. But first, I got to get these floors done. Let's see here. Wade Curtis says, by the way, you watch any Major League Soccer, Tom, or is it just Premier League for the most part? No, I do watch Major League Soccer. I do. It's just that I live here in Dallas, and we have one of the worst franchises from almost every standpoint you can imagine. We have the National Soccer Hall of Fame here built into our stadium, and I don't go watch them. That's pretty bad. That is like I haven't even been to the Hall of Fame because it's so they don't get it. They don't understand how to get people excited about being in a soccer match. Also, and I think Lelick can agree with me here, relatively Hispanic market that I live in. And they chose to build the stadium in Frisco, which if you were going to pick a less Hispanic place in the Metroplex, I can't think of one other than maybe Southlake. And so nobody goes. They've been in the bottom half of attendance for I don't know how long. And right now, they're refurbishing the stadium, and they made the genius decision to do half of the stadium one season and the other half of the stadium the other season. So for the next 2 years, well, last year and this upcoming year, the stadium will only have a maximum capacity of half full. Now, there's some big thinkers there, but I do watch Major League Soccer. I worked for the Houston Dynamo in their 2 back-to-back seasons, and currently my favorite MLS team is LAFC. So thank you for asking. Are you a fan of any sport at all, Lelit? I'm going to guess the answer is no.
I do like NFL. Well, I was born in Dallas. My family's from Missouri, so I was told I have to be a Chiefs fan. I do not have a choice. And what a terrible year to be a Chiefs fan, to be honest with you.
Oh, darn.
But I mean,
you didn't go to the Super Bowl this year.
Oh, no. Yeah, no. I ain't bummed out. You can't win them all.
Right.
Fucking, I've got friends that have been Cowboys fans their whole lives, and it's like, you don't know how good you have it. I don't want to hear it,
Yeah, I understand. Kobayashi says, any interest in Scottish football teams? I would be a Glasgow Celtic fan in terms of the Scottish teams. You can probably figure out why. Those of you listening who do not know anything about Glasgow Celtic or Glasgow Rangers, the old firm, there's a reason that you would like one team over another, regardless of which team you like. And I do like quite a few Scottish players from the day. But my number one favorite team of all time, without question, since the 70s, is that team right there, Daddy-O. Right there they are. Arsenal, the Gunners. So there you are, Kobayashi. Said, aha, nice. Just to fill in the blank, if you like Glasgow Celtic, you are probably a person that was brought up in the Catholic faith. And if you like Glasgow Celtic, you are probably a person that was brought up in the Protestant faith, and they hate each other. And when I say hate, American sports just do not incorporate the amount of hatred that two soccer rivals can. But yeah, the Chiefs have had a pretty good run. There is one of their assistant coaches that not only never played football, his high school didn't have football. He became an assistant, I want to say, at Baylor. Mm-hmm. And he's got like half of an arm.
Oh, dude, fun fact. My family name is Ellett. That's where the second half of this name comes from. That's Porter Ellett from Utah. And,
yes.
I was talking to my mom about that. She's like, we do have relatives in Utah, right? And I'm like, oh, like that guy might actually be kin to me. That's crazy.
Well, here's another little thing. That place that he grew up, that's where I lived in Utah.
That is great. Small world, man.
Small world. It's a town of 600 people. It's almost needle in a haystack that A, I would know that, and B, I lived in the same place as him. But I told his dad, I said, you know what? Your son's story is amazing. It's like a guy that was raised in the Sahara Desert becoming an Olympic swimming or ice skating champion. It doesn't make any sense. He was the assistant to Andy Reid when he first started. Then he was head of video quality assurance or something. Then he was the assistant offensive coordinator. I don't know what he does now. Right, I
think he's like a quarterback coach or something of that nature. But he's still on. But yeah, they called him Andy Reid's left hand man, since that was still the hand he had.
Yeah, Porter Ellett is just an amazing story. He's in the Missouri Sports Hall of Fame for some reason. Let's see, Chiefs coaches roster, Porter Ellett, assistant for special teams. So he's making the rounds. 9th season with the Chiefs. First as assistant special teams coach. 2 seasons as assistant running back coach. 3 seasons as offensive quality control coach. After 3 seasons as the senior assistant to the head coach. So he's got some rings, man. You know, so he's an amazing story. I'm was very good friends with his family, especially his mother, who was the not anymore, but for many years was the postmaster of that town. And that might not sound like much, except for they have no postal delivery there. You must go to the post office to get your mail.
Oh, that's crazy.
Because of how remote it is, it's 2,500 square miles with 2,400 people. You can't really buy certain things there. You like if you want shoes or a TV or stuff like they can't sell you that there. You have to order everything off Amazon, so you're constantly going to the post office. And she was they're the nicest people in the world. Wade Curtis says, I've grown up in and around small Hispanic soccer leagues. Used to go every Sunday with my friends who played. It was a big deal. Lots of money and occasional scraps. Well, Wade, when I played, and my sister, she's still here, may remember this, when I was 16, I started playing in the men's league, and I played for a Hispanic team. And very few of them spoke English. And if I got the ball, all I heard was, Anglo, aquí. And yeah, it was, you learn to play that way. And then I played with the Germans and everything else. Kobayashi says, I have to go. Gully, I love you. Right back at you. If I know you by another name, tell me. If not, thank you for being here. Love your avatar. But so you're a Chiefs fan. Well, you don't remember the old Chiefs like I remember the Chiefs.
No, it was horrible for like 50 years. My grandpa told me the last time, but before that 2020 game, he said the last time they had been to the Super Bowl, he was like 16 years old. And I'm like, yeah, I'm sure this feels really good just to witness the Super Bowl, like regardless of the outcome.
Well, I think it was I want to say it was 1970 or 1971. The Kansas City Chiefs put a whooping on the Minnesota Vikings. It was like 24-3 or something. And their quarterback was Len Dawson, who used to host a show on HBO called Inside the NFL. Let me see here. City Chiefs, Minnesota Vikings, I think it was Super Bowl 3 maybe or 4. Was the last. Yeah, it was Super Bowl 4. It was 23-7.
Jeez.
And they beat the Vikings back in they beat the Vikings back then. But I remember that far back. Let's see here. Wade said, very serious. For the championship one year, they sold over $1,000 worth of torta sandwiches in a few hours.
Tortas are delicious.
Let's see here. Wade, my first game that I played, this guy named Sergio Guzman, he was Bolivian. He recruited me because I would come and play at their practices. And he recruited me to play for their team. And I got to the first game, and all these dudes had parked their lowriders on the other side of the field. And I start walking across the field, and it's just waves of marijuana was in the air. And Sergio came out to the middle of the place. He was a tailor. He had a tailor shop in Indianapolis, really popular one. And he came over to me, and he stopped. He put his hand on my chest, stopped me. He goes, "Don't go to the cars. Do not go to the cars," because he knew they were all getting high over there. And I didn't want to anyway, so I was like, oh, no problem. Mushroom Spawn says, 1 minute till New Year's here. I'm chilling with my blind dog. Figured I'd see if someone was on. Well, I am. Happy New Year, East Coast. Happy New Year. Aren't you going to wish the East Coast a Happy New Year?
How Happy New Year, New York and Pennsylvania.
Well, and like the Carolinas and Georgia and Florida and all that. Happy New Year. I wish you guys a blessed year. I wish you a blessed year too, Mushroom Spawn. Spom, sorry. Strober, I'm just going to call you Strober, says, Tom, would you? And then there's nothing after it. Yeah, it's too bad. It would been nice if there was something after it. But, yeah, it doesn't pay to be a Cowboys fan anyway, so I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah, no, it's I don't know. I do kind of wish there's not as much camaraderie since there aren't as many Chiefs fans around. There's a lot more Chiefs haters just because it's like you guys don't know how good you have it, you know.
I do, but imagine being in the middle of Utah, in the middle of nowhere, a place that there's only one grocery store. It closes at 6 at night on the weekends. I can't even tell you how remote it is there. Can't buy pants or shoes or anything there. You have to drive over a mountain. And everybody there is a Chiefs fan.
Like on the real, if you get a chance, it wouldn't be too much trouble. If you still have contact with them, can you ask them if they got family in Missouri? Because like the Elliott family reunion was earlier this year. And like from what I understand, Elliott derived, it was the French spelling of the English name Elliot.
You should just email him.
Yeah, fuck it. Oh, sorry.
Or
Yeah.
you could email, I don't know if you could get hold of his parents. Strober says, would you let 1 million Indians into your state or B, never watch soccer again?
Well, like from the reservation? I don't understand the question.
Well, here's the other, it doesn't matter whether it's, Native Americans or people from India. I can't stop them, and I can't imagine a life where I never watch soccer again. That would be literally like cutting off one of my feet. That's one of the very few joys this old man has, is watching soccer. So you do a lot of painting inside of the house, painting.
Yeah, well, I do industrial painting, but
Oh, okay.
using that knowledge, painted the walls and stuff in the house.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's something nice about taking this blank canvas and turning it into something else. I don't know.
Well, if you do industrial, doing a residential is easy peasy.
Mm-hmm.
Do you do any of the electromagnetic painting?
Nah, just water-based airbrushing.
Gotcha.
Oh, I actually do need a dip, but thank you for having me on. I'll talk to you soon. Happy New Year.
Yes, and thank you for coming on. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye. Bye. Well, I drove that person away. I bored that person to tears with stories of soccer and assassination of his favorite musicians and Kansas City Chief information. And I did know about Jordan Ellett, though. I do have things in here, lots of them, and you can take full advantage of them. You just have to click a link at the top of the Spilkus and the Connecticuzoid there at the top. I probably went 4 months with the link pinned to the top and not a soul. That's how undesirable it is to talk to me. And I might mention, we have actually broken the seal on 2026 on the East Coast. So all my relatives in Indiana, all the people, east of, I think, Indiana, the people in Florida and Alabama and Georgia and Tennessee and Kentucky and Ohio and Pennsylvania, all the New England states, Happy New Year to you. I'm going to try to make it another 55 minutes. Lelit, thank you for coming onto the show. That made the last, however long it was, I'm sure it seemed like 10 years to you, But however long that was nice having a guest. I like having guests. That's really the reason I started doing this. When it was an audio podcast, when I first started, I always had a guest, an author, an actor, a musician, something. Or I just went out into public to concerts and things and interviewed people. And now, that doesn't happen so often. And now it's a less frequent occurrence, shall we say. It's a far less frequent occurrence. Let's see here. Wade Curtis says, picturing a young Gulley walking past a bunch of cholos and lowriders to kick butt on the soccer pitch has made my night, Tom. Well, Wade, see, the thing is, when I played men's league, I played with the Hispanic players for, I think, about 3 years. And then at a certain point, my native roots called out to me, and I played with, was it the British team first? I think it was. I played with the British club, and so there was the Hispanic team. It was called Fast. Then I played with the British American, the BAC, British American Club, and it was all British guys. And when I would show up at the field, they would always call me the same thing. Young Gulley, oh, there's Young Gulley. Young Gulley. So when I saw Young Gulley there, it brought me back a little bit. And I remember it was before the first game, and the British guys were really strict about a lot of things, and there was a lot of reputations, you know. It's like they played some older guys because we played against them a lot, and it was like, why are they playing all these old guys? They got better players. And my first game there, I was worried I wasn't going to get to play because I'd seen a lot of good players on the bench, and they were playing these old dudes, and then they would argue a lot, and they were talking about who to put on the starting thing, and this was a period of time where I played goalkeeper indoor, but on the field outdoor, and prior to that I had just played goalkeeper outdoor everywhere and stuff, but I switched back and forth all the time, and this was a point where I was maybe 19, and I was playing for Ball State, and you know, and so men's league, I didn't want to play in the goal, and go to the practices, do all the stuff you're supposed to do, get to the first game, and they're arguing about the lineup, and one of the guys, what was his name? It was Jimmy Brown. It was a typical British name. It was very generic. And he's like, oh, get Young Gulley over here. And he's like, no, I'm so-and-so. Has always played there. And he's like, yes, but Young Gulley can run for days. I just started laughing. And I could. So Tim Jenkins has said, from the way they spoke, I assume it's from the Edwardian period. No. It's just, it was British. There was a mishmash. There were Irish guys, there were Scottish guys, there were dudes from the Midlands, there were dudes from London, there were dudes from, all over. There was all sorts of guys that were Cockney. I remember there was a guy named George Brown, little guy, Scottish guy, and he was a mechanic in Indianapolis, and he was a real short dude, but he played central defender when we played indoor. And he would always completely abandon defending in front of me. I was playing goalkeeper indoor, just abandon me. And then these other teams would get the ball in transition, and I'd be facing a 3-on-0. And every now and then they'd score on me. And he'd come over and he called me wee man. Oh, wee man. Oh, wee man. Because I was 1.5 feet, 2 feet taller than him. And he would always say the same thing. I warned you they were coming. I warned you they were coming. I'm like, warning me doesn't do me any good. I can see they're coming. He thought it was funny. But that's why Scotland hasn't ever won a World Cup. But Yes, you do, though. Remember, don't you? Archie Gemmel's goal against Brazil, was it? That's why Scotland hasn't ever won a World Cup. No, they haven't. Good old Jim Leighton in goal. But they had Dalglish and Dalglish. They had Strachan. And they had... didn't Billy... Oh, the Leeds player, Billy Redhead. Billy... I forget his name now. It'll come to me in a minute. They've had great players. I think they made it this time, didn't they? Or did they just make it to a playoff? I can't remember. I think Scotland did qualify to the World Cup. Whoops. Let's see what it say. Yes, Scotland has qualified for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. First appearance since 1998 after a dramatic win over Denmark. Scotland. Yeah, I think so because it's more teams now. Well, yeah, there are 48 teams now. But England, the Europe should get more teams, and it should be less difficult than it is probably for them to get those qualifications worked out, frankly. Let's see. Let me see. I was going to mention to you Everton dispatching with Nottingham Forest quite nicely. I was so caught up in Arsenal the other day you came by, and I didn't say anything about it, and I apologize for that. Yes, Nottingham Forest. Oh, how the mighty has fallen. Remember last year when they were flirting with up at the top? Now they're... Morocco are looking good. Well, you know, Morocco, for my money, I thought Morocco were perhaps the most dangerous team at the last World Cup. And I realize you start going up against France and Argentina, you're going to have problems. But Morocco, I thought, all through the tournament last time, first of all, their players exhibited a technical ability that I did not think they possessed. Secondly, they pressed all over the field, and they were good at it. And kudos to their coach. I really wanted Morocco to win the whole thing, to be honest with you. I was pulling for Morocco like crazy because I just really admired the way they played. They didn't back down from anybody. Yeah, they are looking good. You have to call them Notts Forest, Tom. They love that. I'd rather call them Notts County. Another team. Well, the only thing about Nottingham Forest, and you can't take this away from them, Cloughie, Peter Shilton, John Robertson, that whole gang, the double European championships. They beat Malmo, and then who else did they beat? They were both very close games. But Peter Shilton, at that time, was at the top of his powers. And I know he played forever, but man, was he a beast. Man, was he a beast. Dinktard says, hey, Tom, Happy New Year and all that jazz. Wish you the best. Same to you, right back at you. Incidentally, the link is up. It's pinned to the top of the chat. If a person were of a mind, they could click the link and come on the program. You don't have to turn your camera on. Man, oh man, I'm killing sodas like no tomorrow. I'm a soda killer. I swear to God, I'm a soda killer. I have to put another song on here for another quickie song. Another of the fast songs that I have here. Get another sody. I don't want to be parched. But Everton dispatching with Nottingham Forest. It was very nice. and Pickford getting a clean sheet. Tim Jenkins says, we do produce some good goalkeepers. So does America, though. Well, look, there was a time when the British Isles, the United Kingdom, I think probably from, the 60s until at least the late 80s, early to mid 90s, the best goalkeepers in the world were all from that part of you had Gordon Banks, and you had Peter Bonetti, and you had, Pat Jennings, and you had, there were so many good ones, to great ones, really. Jim Layton, I bring him up now and then. He's not a bad goalkeeper. You had Packy Bonner. You had, there were some really, really, really outstanding goalkeepers everywhere. And at a certain point, it was just, I'm not saying, there was a certain point where the best one was still one of the better ones in the world, but it just wasn't the vast numbers anymore. Around the time of Calamity James, that things started to shift. And the United States, on the other hand, I think we are at a goalkeeping malaise right now. I do not think Matt Freese is a great goalkeeper. I think he is a solid goalkeeper, but can Matt Freese save or change a game the way Brad Friedel, Brad Guzan, Casey Keller, Tim Howard? I don't think we're talking about the same thing there. Not even close. And maybe he can do it. He's excellent at penalties, which is very useful in a World Cup. But you can put him in for that. We're at a down. No, we're not where we should be there anymore. Let's see here. Wade says, by the way, I once got my heart broken in Ogden, Utah. I was informed later that nothing good happens in Ogden. Being from the East Coast, I didn't know. Well, anywhere around Salt Lake. It's not. It's nice to have Everton not in the relegation battle for once. Well, Everton's number 2 on years since relegation, only to one team. I won't mention who that team is. Neville Southall was really good. He really was. Neville Southall was amazing goalkeeper. I think you can chart the decline in great British goalkeepers to the influx of foreign players. You got to look at Arsenal. You had Ramsdale. I thought he was doing a great job. They bring in Raya. I don't know if Raya makes that save the match before. Ramsdale makes that save the match before last. I know he's not as good with his feet, but I don't care about that. But I think football has suffered since the days when you were only allowed 2, 3, maybe 4 foreign players on a domestic team. I do. I can't, I think Brazil has been adversely affected. Those guys all used to play together. Now they're flung all over the world. I think the African nations, same thing. England's problem is the reverse problem. It's tough for a British player to get on the field in the Premier League unless you're playing for a minnow. And if you're playing for one of them, are you really learning how to play exceptionally well? I don't think you are. That's just my own feeling about it. I could be wrong. But if you look, when Holland won in the 70s, when they had these rules in place, the European Championship 3 times in a row, when Ajax won it 3 times in a row, how was Holland doing? Exceptionally well. Why? Most of their players were from Ajax. And even if they weren't, they all had the same style of play in that country. Germany, when they won Bayern Munich 3 times in a row. How did West Germany do? I think a world championship and a European championship. And most of their players were from the best team, Bayern Munich. And that was true of every country in the world. And once that went away, how's Germany doing? You know what I'm saying? These youth academies and things that teach a certain style of play, that's fragmenting now. It's not how it used to be. And I think the game has suffered from it a little bit. Yeah, money has ruined it, yeah. Sadly, they're scouted at such a young age now and taken to one of the big teams in Europe. Well, and sometimes those teams let them go. And then we get them back from Tottenham. Wade Curtis says, where do you put Gigi Buffon in your greatest goalkeepers list? I would put him in the top 10 easily, perhaps the top 5. I think the greatest goalkeepers list for me is number 1 is probably Gordon Banks. Number 2 is Sepp Maier. Those could switch. Number 3 is Peter Shilton. And a lot of my rankings are based on World Cup performance. Number 4 for me might be Jean-Marie Pfaff. He was brilliant in Belgium, brilliant at Bayern, brilliant for Belgium. Michel Prudhomme's got to be in there somewhere. Pat Jennings has got to be in there somewhere. I would maybe, even though he got robbed from being on the Dutch teams, maybe put Jan van Beveren in there. Buffon is probably in there higher than some of those. The reason that I kind of don't rate Buffon as high as some others is he played in Italy at a time when the style of play was super defensive. And I think a great goalkeeper, one of the advantages of having one is you don't have to play as a team as defensive because you know you have that great goalkeeper back there organizing your defense and able to stop shots. And that allows your team to have a little more offensive firepower. So I take a little away from him, not a lot, but a little away from him for that. But I've never really sat down and written down my greatest goalkeepers of all time, per se. But those would be some of them. Goalkeepers today, Neville Southall would be on that list. Shea Given maybe would be at the bottom, near somewhere at the bottom. The goalkeepers of today do not attack the ball the way old goalkeepers used to. They play a waiting game and an angles game. Also, goalkeepers today are not nearly as good in the air and don't go for balls in the air the way goalkeepers of past generations used to. I do not feel like, for instance, take Oliver Kahn. That dude and Sepp Maier and many others dominated the box. They dominated it. They didn't just play in it. They weren't good at one-on-one sometimes. They dominated. And I don't see that very often anymore. The closest I would see would be Emi Martinez, and he's a Fruit Loop. I think we all know that. Tim Jenkinson says, that's what I noticed in Morocco. Kids were playing football everywhere and a lot of football coaching going on. Yes. What are your thoughts on Peter Schmeichel? Yeah, he's one of the greats too. And he dominated his area. And here he is, the man, the myth, the media legend, often imitated, never duplicated. The Wolf.
One of the greats too. And he dominated his area.
Merry New Year.
Hello. The man, The media legend, often imitated, never
I'm
duplicated.
gonna have to.
I'm gonna the wolf.
Gonna have to.
One of the grades too.
Happy New Year.
I'm getting echo from you.
I'm getting double speak on here.
Yes. There's some double speak. Now we cool?
Yeah, I'm going to try to plug in my headphones.
Yeah, do that. He's got his Arizona Bowl champions shirt on there. That the last great game in the Mike New era. Ball State figuring out that if the other team could all get COVID, they'd stand a fighting chance. Now can you hear me there, Chief?
Still getting double speak.
Oh, well, we're not here anymore. Let me see if I can do something to your microphone. Let me see if I can make something happen here.
Yeah.
Hold on. Need to go to this. And oh no, that's fixed. Edit mic settings. I've got you on echo cancellation and automatically adjust my. This probably isn't helping, is it?
Is it?
I'm good on my end. Are you good on your end?
Yeah, it sounds okay now. I can still hear something else in the background though.
Oh. Well, that's on your end. I can't fix it here. Somebody's asking right here, Happy New Year, Wolf. Did you use all those TVs you have to watch fireworks shows from around the world?
Let's see. To simplify, blah, 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 blah.
Now I can't hear you. Oh, there we go. I got you. Whoa. Unmute your mic.
Nope. That
Now I
cut
can
it
hear
off
you.
again.
Now I can hear you. There you go.
Yeah, I think the echo's gone.
Oh, beautiful. All right. So Tim Jenkinson says, Happy New Year, Wolf. Did you use all those TVs you have to watch fireworks shows from around the world?
I did not.
There they are. There they are right there.
Let's see.
You're good on this end. I don't know if it's not good on your end, but you're good on this end. I got to see here real quickly, just really quickly, just how the Mike Lewis era is going. Well, we apparently destroyed Earlham 93-30 on Monday. Well, that's got to fill up everybody with a great feeling of pride. But otherwise, we're 10th place in the MAC. 4-9 with an 0-5 record on the road.
Wow, 4-9. That's fantastic.
Oh my God, Roller Skater Texas Girl is here. Roller Skater Texas Girl says, hello, Tom, Wolf, chat family. And by the way, RSTG, I am doing, God, look at her doing the splits in that avatar. I am doing a show on soap on Sunday by your request. So there you go. There you go. And Wolf, I know, a great fan of soap, the product, not so much the television show. How are things going? Happy Merry New Year.
Oh, you know what? Let me...
10th in the MAC. What position in the Cheese? The Mid-American Conference. It's our college. I can't wait to see it, Tom. Thanks so much. Oh, no, it's fine. Chuck and Bob are my favorites. Okay. Gosh, I should have known the Wolf would have snagged one of those Arizona Bowl champion shirts. We're never going to
I told you I was ordering one.
We're never going to win anything ever again. Get the shirt as quickly as you possibly can. It took us, like 100 years of playing football.
Good Lord, decades.
And we finally won a bowl game, and never will we win one again. And only reason we won is the other team all had COVID. That's our new recruiting strategy. Hey, we can get the other team to have COVID. Well, Wolf, how was your 2025? Or are you fiddling with that audio still?
I'm still fiddling with the audio, but I think it's okay now.
Are you on a Windows-based computer?
No, I am not.
Are you on a Mac? Oh, you're on Linux. You're Linux, yeah. I forgot.
You know I'm on Linux.
Yeah, I forgot. You're on Linux. There used to be a thing I knew on Windows that you could kill the pass-through, but it ought to just be given. I mean, from StreamYard, it just gives me you and me. It just gives you and me.
Well, I had your show on, and I'm on another.
Oh, you got to close the window for the YouTube then, or turn the sound.
Yeah, Yeah, I just killed it.
Oh, well, then you're good. Now we're perfect.
Yeah, it should be good to go.
Now we're just talking like a couple old guys.
Like a couple old boys from the hills.
Well, from Indiana, that's the same thing. What do we got?
Yeah, oh, great. Now it's going in and out.
No, I got you. You're good. You're good.
I have OBS on this, but I haven't even fiddled with it yet.
What about Temple OS? I don't know nothing about that, Brack. You're confusing us. We went to Ball State. If you can pour it in a solo cup, well, we can understand it. Otherwise, we don't cipher so good.
If you drink, drive. If you siphon, don't swallow.
Oh God! Yeah.
I sent you I sent a donation through through PayPal, which was a real pain in the caboose.
Pain pal. Well, you didn't have to do that. That wasn't necessary. You don't have to do that.
I have this money in that account from Chief buying some of my supplement.
Oh, I thought the money was in there because you was selling liquor.
Likker.
Yes. Corn liquor. He was selling that corn.
I was searching for something, and I told you that when I was making a search, and popcorn showed up.
When he be cool, he be Popeye. But when he be bad, he be.
Oh, you just got it?
Yes. When he be bad, he be Billy the Kid. He be Billy the Kid. Let's see. Oh man, Temple OS is an interesting story. Facts. Lucas Malago say oh hi Wolf, and he says looking dominant as usual.
Yeah, I'm on an extreme training regimen.
Are you looking forward to 2026?
Yes.
I don't know about you. 2025 really gave me a kick in the old gannolis.
I've decided that I'm going to start extreme training regimen for the triceps, the biceps, or what have you.
Well, you know, I don't know if you're aware of this, but in the days of the Greeks and the Romans,
I'm aware that you're extremely athletic.
yet somewhat pugnacious, quick feet, explosive.
I was watching on YouTube a movie. It isn't the one that I remember though. The Curse of the Doll People.
Curse of the Doll People.
Yeah, where he's supposed to be using voodoo to make little dolls kill people who
Oh God.
stole. It's a Mexican film.
Yes, I've seen this movie. It is creepy as it gets.
1961.
Oh my God, it's creepy. The dolls are so creepy. There's that one that looks like, or is that?
I like the one with the glasses.
I like the one that looks like Edgar Allan Poe. It's so creepy.
But I keep thinking that that's not the one that I saw on WTTV Channel 4's late night.
Sammy Terry.
Yeah, well, no, it wasn't Sammy Terry. It was just their late night monster movie deal that was, I think did it come on even before? Because I was a kid when I saw that. I was probably 5 or 6.
Yeah, they would show a lot of monster movies that weren't Sammy Terry based.
Yeah, I think this might have been after he went off when this came on.
Yeah.
So these were the late stuff.
Yeah.
But the one I remember, the dolls were smaller, and to open a door, they would climb on each other's shoulders. And they still had pervish glasses on it, although this particular film, the glasses were those black rimmed glasses.
Horn rim. Wade
And I've never been able to find that film.
Wade Curtis is asking if I watch any boxing. I'm a huge fan, the way you are with soccer. I couldn't live without it. I used to be, and I think maybe the Wolf used to be, but at a certain point, boxing just got so Don King'd out that I quit watching it. And man, I don't care what anybody says. Back when I was watching it in the 70s and 80s, there were 10 heavyweights that were awesome, that you knew their name, and boxers in other divisions that you knew all their names. Now I don't know any of the names, but when you had the Ali, Foreman, Frazier, Norton, Henry Shavers, Ernie Shavers,
Shavers.
Just knockout artists. Jimmy, the guy that they always thought beat Ali.
Jimmy Young.
Yeah, Jimmy Young. Just there were so many good ones. Oh God, Chuck Wepner, Jerry Quarry.
And they looked like fighters.
Yeah.
Who's this guy, the current champion that was like the light heavyweight or cruiserweight guy that's from Ukraine? Usyk?
Yeah, I think so.
I watched a couple of his fights, and when he fought that guy that was like 6'7" or something, and
Yeah.
it's really flabby looking and real flabby midsection. This I can't remember the guy's name.
Okay, well maybe I shouldn't have mentioned Chuck Wepner.
But he looks ripped to shreds compared to this guy.
Roller Skater Texas Girl says Trilogy of Terror was a scary doll movie. I actually have that. Crystal Johnson sent me that, one of our viewers. And one of the trilogies is that little the scary,
where she throws him in the oven and lights him up.
Yeah.
But then he comes out and possesses her.
Right. Rocky Graziano, undefeated. Tyson Fury. Yeah.
Yeah, he's the guy with the flabby midsection.
Yeah,
It's like a giant.
he's like a boxer on Bonanza. You know, the boxer that comes through town and Hoss has to fight him. He's just a big, fat, giant guy. No muscles, no nothing. You know.
Tyson Fury. I was like, how could they not just wail on that dude's midsection?
Well, and you'd think if you had the name Tyson Fury, you would do a little bit to earn the name.
Oh, who's the other undefeated guy besides Marciano? The dude from, he's like Irish or something. Calzaghe.
I don't watch it anymore. Let's see. Love
Oh,
that
he's
show.
retired now, but he retired undefeated.
Did you see Anthony Joshua was in a car crash in Nigeria? You know, after he beat up Jake Paul, I didn't see that. Rocky. Well, Chuck Wepner, yeah, his story was supposedly what was the inspiration for Rocky. Brock says, I'm surprised Tom hasn't done an episode on Temple OS. You should check that out. I will get right on that. I'm putting it on the list right now. Let's see. Temple OS. Temple OS. There we go. It's on the list. I'll look at it. But yeah, I don't pay attention as much as I used to. I really did used to follow him. Look, I remember Vito Antuofermo being a fighter.
Vito
Antuofermo being a fighter that Hagler had problems with.
Vitor Mira.
He like Hagler was an incredible fighter, and Vito Antuofermo was just this hard to hit, gnarled up.
I think he had trouble with him the first time. The second time, I didn't think.
I think he decisioned
He
him the
looked that
second. I think he decisioned him the second time, but I don't think it was easy for him.
I think he knocked him down the second time.
Let me see if I can find out.
I could be wrong. I watched that like 2 years. Remember when we were talking about Hagler dying?
Yeah.
I watched that fight, the second fight then, and I think he knocked him down.
Let me see here. Alan Gotti, well, he lost twice to Alan Minter. He drew Hagler. And then
that was the first one.
That was the first one. Jeez, God, it's a long time. Maybe he didn't ever fight him again, for crying out loud. I'm going down the thing. Harold Weston. That's early in his career. Sorry, I'm going the wrong direction. I ain't that smart. Draw to Hagler. Yeah, then he lost to Hagler after that. But he was not. He was just an awkward fighter. Alan Minter beat him because Alan Minter was a kind of a points-based boxer. He wasn't going to try to knock you out. He was a real clean, classic, boxing-only guy.
His eyes always stay too long until somebody finally gets him.
Yeah.
I mean, Alexis Arguello should have retired before that last one when he got beat.
But Antuofermo, 50 fights, 50 wins, 7 losses. That's not too bad. But he was just an awkward fighter, and he was the undisputed world middleweight champion. You can't take that away from him.
I watched some UFC stuff yesterday.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Anything good?
I think you got to be careful about YouTube because it'll have 3 days ago and it'll be like from 2 months before or something. So you think you're seeing something new and it's an old fight. They just uploaded it 3 days ago.
Yeah.
So,
Well, you mentioned something it's driving me crazy, and it's the new AIs of the courtroom stuff, usually in one of those keyhole shorts, and it's like, man arrested for painting his neighbor's mailbox, and it's this person that's like, our town code says we can't have mailboxes being painted by anybody but the city, and it's for unity and blah blah blah. And the guy's like, I'm a veteran, and I just thought this woman needed help, so I decided I could give her help.
Yeah.
And then the judge is like, this man served his country over across the foreign soils and put his life in danger. We are not going to stand for this. Case dismissed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you look it up and it's fake.
Yeah, totally.
There's
fake.
a bunch of fake stuff. One of them is on
true crime. Lots of true crime fake stuff.
well, it's not just that. It's products. It's all kinds of stuff that they're doing fake those for. I caught one that was about extra virgin olive oil. And all these people are in the comments all upset and everything. And I said, yeah, it's fake.
Well, I quit buying it when I found out there weren't any extra virgins in it. But it says, Strober says, Tom, the 90s heavyweights were better.
No, they weren't.
Well, you had Tyson for a little bit in the 90s, but he was pretty much washed up by the 90s. Maybe, I can't think of who would be. Look, Ali. I mean, do I have to go down the list again? I don't think they were better.
No,
I really
they
don't.
weren't.
Roller Skater Texas Girl says, one of our employees is an MMA fighter. I feel better when he works on Saturday nights. I feel a little safer. I bet you do. I'll bet you do.
Them boys all got a screw loose.
Well, gosh, I got to get out to her skating place. I never know when a good time to go there would be, though.
Does she have a rink?
I know she works at a rink. I don't know if it's her rink. I don't think look at that. If I did that right now, I would rupture. Look at her avatar. I would rupture everything in my body.
Yeah, I'm probably not doing that for the rest of my life. There was a time when it was disco duck and you did all that crazy stuff, but that's way in the past.
She says, we're open tomorrow, 12 to 8 at Stadium, Texas. Well, I can't do it tomorrow. I work for the rink, it says. Well, I need a time like a week in advance, because tomorrow I got things, and then I also have to do a show, and then I also have to watch Indiana play Alabama.
Oh, you betcha.
Bama. I have to play Bama. I bet you, is that on pay television?
I don't know. I'll watch
I bet you
it
it's
for
on
free.
ABC.
You know that.
Indiana.
Wherever it is, I'll watch. Whatever, I'll still watch.
Oh,
it
yes,
for
you'll
free.
find it. Oh, look. Look at this. Viewing options. ESPN. ESPN Plus. Blah, blah, blah. TV. Well, I guess maybe I won't watch it.
I'll watch the highlights of it. So it'll be like 20 minutes or something.
Yeah, that's probably what I'll do, too.
Cut out all the Bologna.
Go ahead and show the Fresh Step Cat Litter Bowl on ESPN, but it says TV ABC. Why am I even looking?
What did I just watch? Oh, the Tony the Tiger, whatever, Sun Bowl.
Frosted Flakes Bowl.
Yeah.
Strober says Calzaghe was from Wales, Wolf. That's okay.
Yeah. Well,
that's
close enough.
One of my favorite fighters of all time was from Wales. Colin the Gravedigger Jones. Yes.
Was he welter?
He's middle, maybe. He fought
he's down.
Milt McCrory, I think.
Yeah. I watched a couple of his fights.
Colin Jones. Jesus, give me every single freaking. No, Colin Jones is a legendary Welsh former professional boxer, tough welterweight, known for his devastating knockout power, who held British, Commonwealth, and European titles. Challenged for the world title. Yes,
You got some of that Welsh's grape juice in you, don't you?
Yes, I do. Let's see here. I'm there for 2 weekends. Gorgeous Randy will be there too. She's back on the market.
Gorgeous Randy?
Oh, well,
What
is that 12 to 8 the next 2 weekends? What? Just email me some timings on that. I'll see if I can ski-daddle over there. Saturdays are good for me because I don't have a show, you see. Yes. Wade Curtis says, I knew a guy whose stepfather ran the gym where Hagler first trained as a kid in Brockton, Mass. Fun fact, Hagler Brothers was supposed to be the next big thing until he stuck up a liquor store. Hagler's brother, I see.
Is that liquors in L-I-K-K-E-R?
Oh, I don't think they sell that at a store.
Hold on now, Popcorn. He's one of them revenuers come down to get our liquor.
She's one of my bosses. She's gorgeous and single. And she's probably half my age. It's okay.
Well, nothing wrong with that.
Does she have bad eyesight and low expectations? That's my main question.
Is she tingling with excitement, trembling with horror, and throbbing?
I tell you what, have her watch the show, and if she doesn't show up on that Saturday, we'll all know exactly where we stand. We'll all know what the score is. Anyway, have you heard from anybody from Ball State from your past? I don't want to get into. I did get your text. And I'm glad you're lighter. She's a tough lady, but very kind, very no nonsense.
Oh, she's pleased as punch, but very
What?
pugnacious underneath. Pleased as pie.
He's a curmudgeon with a heart of gold. Yeah, that's me.
She's very sweet and soft spoken, but very pugnacious underneath.
Oh, God. Yes, really scared Texas girls enjoying that.
She's a sweet gal, but she's from the wrong side of the tracks.
Dude, she's from Bayside. You can't go out with her. Those 80s movies, you know. Some girl from the wrong
minute you mentioned skating ring, the first thing that came to mind was the Black Killers unleashing all death at the skating ring in Detroit.
Man, I used to have a job at United Skates of America at 46th and Shadeland in Indianapolis, and I was the only white dude in
Was
the
that
building.
close to 1202 North Shadeland?
No. Well, it was 34 blocks from there. But I was the only white dude there, and I was the DJ. And these dudes would come in with like rainbow pants. They look like they just got off a Soul Train and drove down from Indianapolis and put
They
some,
look like pimps from Detroit.
yeah, pretty much. And they'd be, coming up to me and they'd be going, play that Sugar Hill song. No, play the Sugar Hill song. you know, and I had like a 7-minute version of the, you know, whatever that song was, Rapper's Delight. And then they'd come up and they'd go, you got any Gap Band? And I'd be like, yeah, I got like 5 Gap Band albums here. What do you want to hear? You know, and they would, no, I need you to play, and they'd have this, I need Disco Inferno by the Tramps, and don't just play it once. Play it, and then play it again. I'd be like, okay, I'll go ahead, and I'll play it back to back. Yeah, it was, that was my time at the, and by the way, some of them, man, they could roller skate. They could really roller skate. And these dudes had these giant fros with the pick in it.
Of course.
You know, and they'd get out there and do all the things they do in the line dance and they had suspenders and the whole thing, man. It was just, I'd come out there and, gentlemen, we need you off the floor. Gentlemen, it's time to get a soda pop or maybe a hot dog because it's a ladies only skate.
And it's piping hot now here at the concession stand.
Tasty, crunchy popcorn for your enjoyment. I'd have to, and then it's like, and now, gentlemen, if you'd like to approach the outer ring of the rink, it's a ladies' choice skate. Ladies' choice. And that meant, you know, girl picks a guy and you can only have couples only. And the worst place to be on a skating rink was in the very center. There was always that beginners area. And that was where you would just get cleared out by somebody going too fast or 2 people racing each other, and you'd see somebody trying to get through, and then whammo. Let's see here. Roller Skater Text Girl said, we are insane. Skaters dress wild. I've seen 3-piece suits, furries, Spider-Man. Oh, yes.
But have you seen anyone show up in a red, white, and blue afro wig?
Or that John 3:16 rainbow wig. It's exactly the same, Tom. Never the same. Yeah, there was always like a guy in a ninja bodysuit there. That was, yeah. Oh, yeah, she has seen that. She has seen that.
Yes.
Yeah, that was good stuff.
I remember that we would walk on our travels uptown on the railroad tracks where I played the pincushion for a bullet once. We would visit those salon shops, and there'd be all these multicolored afro wigs on the wall.
Roller Skater Texas Girl says that wig is popular, and we have about 70 seconds until it will be midnight here in the Central Time Zone.
Can you hear the fireworks going off in the background?
I can. I'm wondering if Ali Baba that lives next to me is going to shoot off a rifle. He's not long for this world anyway, but
shoot off an improvised explosive device.
An IED. Okay, we got, let's see here, about 30 seconds.
You like my little mug?
Yes, that actually is a little mug for you. It only holds 4 or 5 actual drinks in it.
It's only 80 ounces.
Oh, is that all? Let's see here. I'm going to do a countdown. And 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Happy New Year, everybody! Everybody in the Central Time Zone, Happy New Year! Thanks for being here.
It's 10 o'clock here on the West.
Roller Skater Texas Girl, Happy New Year, y'all! Yes, that's a Texas one. Roller Skater Texas Girl, are you originally from Texas? Oh, now I do hear.
I hear them too. It's been going off all day here.
I'm going to give you the con here for a second. Oh, she is from Texas. Well, there you go. She's a authentic.
Well, there you have it.
Texan. I got to get another sody. It's only going to take 10 seconds. You can.
Poppity pop 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 for the new year.
Those guys are a bunch of jerks.
I hope everybody's got good plans for this year.
Oh, hey, Lelit's here. Lelit, another Texan. Man, we got a real Texas vibe going on here. Dallas native. Well, all right. Dan. Hold on. I got to get a sody. I'll be back in a second.
A sody pop.
Yeah.
I'm having
getting parched. I'm parched.
I'm having black tea with cinnamon. And along with that cinnamon, a little distilled vinegar and sugar. Got to have the sugar. And it's very, very tasty. Southern style. But no mint julep.
Boy. Well, and we're back.
It's so refreshing.
And idiots are letting off fireworks. Like, who cares?
Yeah, so all day. They started yesterday setting fireworks off here, and I kept thinking, is somebody popping off with their 9mm again?
Did they think it was Cinco de December?
The 4th of July.
Oh,
I'm prepared for the 4th of July.
All right, well, and guns going off over here. Yes. I don't know if we got any guns. We sure have a lot of fireworks.
I have one in my hand.
A firearm?
Yes.
Oh, don't show it on screen or YouTube will shut me down.
It is highly modified.
Oh, I bet.
Crimson Trace red dot trigger job, several spring jobs, polished, ported. 3 large, gorgeous ports on the top.
So
it's ultra modern and extremely fast.
What was the the best thing that happened to you in 2025, and what are you looking forward to in 2026?
You mean besides still being alive?
Yeah, other than that.
Every day I enjoy being alive. I mean, of course it's always been like that, but as you well know, I tend to live with gusto. A modicum of gusto.
Well, yes, I do know that. I do know that. Oh, there we go. There we got him right there. There's a fella.
Let's hope that. Did you see that Utah's coach is now coach of Michigan?
BYU, Utah, the University of? Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, I did see that.
Kyle Whittingham.
Guns out the wazoo. Well, that sounds painful. I did see that, but those, there's no allegiances anymore. And if the Michigan job's open, I guess you're going to take it, right?
He's going to make only a few million more for taking that job than he's making at Utah. He was making at Utah.
Man, I tell you what, Indiana
He's been at Utah for how many, 20 years or something?
Yeah, Indiana won the lottery when they got their coach.
Yep.
I mean,
that they did.
That guy could go.
We'll see how well that lottery is going to pay off.
Well, I'm a little worried because Indiana has not played in what, a month now? Getting close to a month?
Yeah, but they're healthy at least.
Well, but I just think that rust always hurts you. But who did Alabama
Depending on
play
the coach, it might be an advantage to have the time off and
It might be.
heal
It
up
might
and
be.
get your best people back.
I'm not pushing any panic buttons. I'm just a little cautious.
And it is Bama.
Bama, powerful offensive line on the 49, Keith. I think I saw something on Twitter like last week was Frank Broyles' 100th birthday if he'd have stayed alive or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, Gary Danielson retired.
Retired to do what?
From announcing.
No, I mean, what's he going to do now? Just stay at home and make bad observations about football?
Probably.
Yeah. I remember when he was actually a
Boilermaker?
well, I remember when he was at, what was he with the Lions?
Yes. Detroit. Yep.
You know, Doc Torn says, wow, this looks like a great stream. I should share and subscribe. We'll do that.
Now, there's an idea that's
This is a resident Cajun right there.
coming straight from the South.
We could get some Cajuns in here, like good old Doc Torn. Good to see you, Doc Torn. Lelit, lots of guns. Well, it is Texas. Dudes that I
We need to expel the northern trash and get more Southerners in here.
Lelit says, I don't even hear fireworks anymore. It's just guns.
Well, see, you can get away with that. You're not in California
Oh, no.
or California. Which one is it? Commie or Clowny?
Oh, Doc Torn's in Canada now. He went up there to be with that girl, with that gal.
Well, now he's still going to be in the United States.
Here in Dallas, probably about 11 o'clock, if you went by the grocery store, they just give you a gun to shoot off at midnight. You know, hey, just bring it back in a
boy.
couple hours.
What a great place that must be, where a fella can hold his gun proudly without having to worry about his neighbors turning him in as a nutcase, a red flag.
Yes. What do they call it? Extreme protection order or something like that. Extreme risk or whatever it's called.
Yeah, they just changed the laws for law leasemen popping a cap in somebody now. They've actually got to try to de-escalate. They can't just automatically pull that firearm out and let her rip and then claim that they felt threatened.
Downtown Dallas is weird because there's some of the nicest neighborhoods you'd ever want to see. And then you go over like 6 blocks and it's the DMZ.
It sounds like Compton.
Those bullets are landing somewhere. Yeah, well, it's kind of like where I live too.
Compton and here it's Compton, and in San Diego it's Euclid Avenue, where you can find gorgeous brand new homes. Head over a couple of blocks and you're in the danger zone.
But where I live, it's
Houses with bars on everything, and
you head, let's see, you head north, and it's nice and it's wonderful, and then you head south, and he's not in a good spot there. Ledbetter Road and MLK. Ooh, boy. Doc Turner's playing in the ankle-deep snow. I will have none of that.
only ankle deep in Canada.
And we had 80s last week. It got cold for 2 days, and now it's back up into the high 60s.
Well, guess what? It poured down rain here, so
Oak Cliff on Ledbetter.
in a few days you're going to get wet again.
Oh, man.
It's probably raining in Arizona right now. Headed straight to you.
Oh boy.
I've been keeping track of the Canadian people trying to extricate themselves to become U.S. citizens. The paperwork, I believe, has been finalized. However, it doesn't appear that they've pulled the trigger yet.
That's good.
But I think six provinces have filed for separation.
They'll be fine up there. They'll be just fine. We got our own problems.
Is he in Quebec or is he in
Well, I think he's around Toronto, but
Toronto?
I'm not sure. I don't
Oh
know.
boy. That's the California of Canada.
Hey, Wolf, do you remember when this happened? Remember when this here happened out in the California area? Up on
Which time?
Up. God, yeah. We were going through all of the, all of the events of 2025. Niagara Falls area. Oh, Niagara Falls. Slowly I turned. Sounds nice, Doc. Yeah. Yeah, Doc's up there showing him how to catch fish out of the
How to catch trash fish.
kitchen and
Give you a quarter for that fish, boy.
and then how to blacken it properly. Get that blackened. I swear
First,
to God,
we got to get that mud vein out of there.
I'd eat blackened frosted flakes, man. I don't care. Step by step. Thank you, roller skater girl. Yes, yes, yes. Let's see. It's 2026. No, I got to do math. Dang
Oh
it.
no,
I got to do
not that.
I got to do
Anything
some math.
but that.
Doc Thorne says quarter. It's 85 cents now. It's still just
That's
pocket
right.
change. It's still just pocket change.
Give you a silver dollar for that fish, boy.
Let's see here. Wolf, I've officially known you, well, this year, I will have known you for 45 years.
45.
45 years. Not the math. Oh, yeah, the math. Dang it. Not the math.
Using an exclamation point behind the number to signify the multiples.
45 year. Yeah, 45 years. Yep. Oh, yeah. And that beautiful, luxurious cement block painted in World War II or something.
That's
With
right.
the wooden box with the shared phone and the...
I don't think they look anything like that anymore.
No, they're palatial. They're suites now. They're beautiful. And the furniture's nice. Ours was just that metal.
Ours was cheap wood. Cheap wood and
Well, yeah, the desks and stuff where we had that dumb lamp that was there. That was like a big, heavy base and then a rod that was angled, and but we had the beds that were metal, and they just had springs
metal spring and
that were
cheesy
sideways.
metal.
They were sideways springs that like created a lattice, and then the mattress was on it. And my head would, if I laid out straight, my feet hung over the one side and my head was off the other side. And those things had no support whatsoever. It was like having a hammock. You know,
I would never have known what was under that mattress had it not been for turning the bed over on Fred Flintstone.
my roommate. Yeah, yeah, he was a real charmer. I'll tell you that guy.
While he was busy yelling, in the middle of yelling, I would just walk in with no emotion and no expression on my face, reach down and flip it over on top of him, and then slowly walk back out.
We should call Brad right now. You just call him
answer.
up. I bet he would now. I bet he's half in the bag. He's looking for a farm implement to commandeer and fall out of.
You think he's been to a wedding reception?
Yeah, he's trying to find a wedding reception. He was wedding crashing before it was cool. Yeah, and then he came back. That one time he came back and he was covered in these giant.
It's too
scabs.
bad that we didn't know when his marriage was, so that we could crash the reception.
Well, I just remember him coming back because he went home every single weekend, except for one. I do remember one weekend he stayed, but he came back and he had all those scabs all over him, his forehead and his everywhere. And he came walking with his dumb little duffel bag that said Decatur on the side of it, and he's walking back in a Sunday night or whatever, and I see him coming down, and he is just covered in these scabs. And I'm like, and just before I could even say what happened, he went, "Don't even ask." And he kept walking straight by me. And then I heard him open the door for your room. And then I heard you just go, "Ah!" You didn't even ask him what happened. You just started laughing at him.
Yeah,
And
nothing like being drunk, falling out of a truck watching it go down the street with the passenger in it.
Yeah, then we got to find out what happened to him.
That wonderful 40-mile-an-hour road rash that comes from falling out of your vehicle while it's going down the street and watching it go on with a passenger.
What was the thing that was him and his brother did that, or a friend, I can't remember, that...
Well, they were always stealing like heavy equipment. So
they left
dump trucks, a backhoe, a bulldozer.
Didn't they leave a wallet in one of them?
His brother left a wallet in the seat of the dump truck.
They crashed.
And that's how the police caught him.
I just was always thinking, dude, why are you so anxious to go back home? Nothing good happens there. You come back and you got these stories of mayhem that always end up with you being physically injured. Stay here. And we did get him to stay one weekend. I remember we took him to a party or something. He just kind of stood there with his beer. He got pretty drunk, but I was like, isn't this better than... I don't know. Okay,
isn't this better than falling out of your truck and getting road rash at 40 miles an hour?
Not stealing, involuntary borrowing. Yeah. It hurts me that he didn't take advantage of your call. I don't know. Maybe he's just embarrassed about the whole thing or something. I don't know. But
who knows?
Who can possibly tell? It's like, we had such good times, man. What's wrong with
you? And he definitely knew who it was.
And
there was leaving him messages.
He would knock on my door. For whatever reason, I was one of the guys on the floor that my mom had gotten me that popcorn popper that was just the hot plate with a big plastic dome.
Oh, yeah. The ones that eventually melted.
Yeah. And you just would pop all the corn and it would fill up, and then you just would turn it over, and then that was your bowl. And sometimes he would hey, you gonna make some corn? Yeah, I'll make some corn, because my mother would send me with the 5 giant bags. She knew I loved popcorn. She'd send me with popcorn. That was probably at the time it was 10 cents a bag or something. She would send me with all of this popcorn, 2 or 3 things of oil, and make popcorn for everybody. I don't care.
Here's the most pervish part. Not only did I have one, but I still have it.
You know what I wish I still had, and I know it wouldn't work. Well, it would for me, because I have a converter box to digital to analog. But remember those 13-inch black and white TVs that everybody...
You mean like the one that's up on top of the entertainment center?
Let's see here. Exactly.
There it is on the very top.
Every single person had one of those. And by the way, they were the exact same TV, but they had a different brand. There was like 5 different brand names: Zenith, RCA, and then some weird one that Watchcom or some bizarre name. But it was the same television.
Hey, those tube TVs just rock. That thing still works. I'm not sure what I can get on it anymore. I haven't used it for a while because
it won't get a digital signal. You got to get the little box and hook it up to it. But we got all the channels from Indy perfectly. When
I first moved here, I could get HBO and all kinds of pay things on it.
See, I still have ours set up with analog TV, Admiral Vintage Radio. Rotary phone. Hey now. All right. Roller skater Texas girl. Rotary phone.
Hey, did you get a new monitor?
I did. I'm looking at it right now.
Ooh.
Dude, I got a Dell.
Ultra modern and extremely fast.
They didn't have the...
I have a 13-inch Dell right here that has very good...
They didn't have
resolution.
They didn't have the Samsung I wanted, and this one was on sale. I saved $30. I just went, Dell. I've used them at work. They last. I forget it. That other one.
I'm using one that was from the office, from the window cleaner's office, that they just stopped using for some reason. Perfectly fine.
I've got mine over here, the old one, just sitting there mocking me. But really, I'm not even mad at it because it lasted 18 years, and I'm on the computer all the time. I mean, all the time. So that's just fine. There's nothing wrong. But yeah, this one, it's like almost I didn't even get a new monitor. It's the same. It's a little
same
bit
deal.
Bigger. It's a little bigger, but it's not that much bigger.
Well, I've got a 27 Asus and then the 13-inch Dell sitting here.
I told my dad, I was like, I don't need nothing fancy. I don't want to put on airs. I won't put on airs. But yeah, I got a new monitor. And I somehow moved my setup, so now I look like I'm sunburned. I got to re-get the lighting the way it's supposed to be. Maybe I need to move it back. I don't know. I'll get that figured out. But yeah, the old show going into, I think I looked at this, and I think I started podcasting in 2010 or 2011. So I'm at about 15 years, I guess.
This one's actually pretty old. The Asus, I think I got that 2016.
My question is, do you still have the squab gun?
I do not.
Oh, man.
That's been gone for a long time.
Did they take it away after you?
No, I when I moved out here, I left it in the closet along with my dad's shotguns, and all of them disappeared.
I thought they might have taken it away after you did target practice on the Nye's parking lot with all the... The cars over there.
No,
Oh God, I remember
they
us
never found out who did that. Of course.
on us laying down on that berm across the street in the snow, and you're just peck, boom, peck, boom, peck, boom, pow.
Yep.
That's what you get for illegally towing my vehicle.
Mess with the wrong guy, and
You were parked in a legal to park spot.
yeah, it was ridiculous. That whole fight between those two property owners was just ridiculous.
Yeah, well,
And it happened at the wrong time for me.
nothing was as good as, and I know it was bad for you, but I think I was in Zimmerman's dorm room.
Oh, the fire.
Yeah, and knock at the door. It was me, Zimmerman's roommate, Steve, and Zimmerman. And knock on the door. He opens it. You're standing there, and you had the warmer on, and you went, bam, like that on the shoulder, and smoke just came up like crazy, and you went, my apartment burned down.
And here's the weird part. You remember those synergistics I had with the polypropylene woofers and all that?
Yeah.
They're in the stack. And they still work.
Where are they? Over on the right?
The one that's underneath the I've got Iowa's there. Oh, that's it right there on the, I guess that would be your right.
Yeah. That's what I figured.
And then in the back, against the back wall with the Iowa boom box, and then the Iowa speakers on top of them. That's the other one.
I just remember you were maniacal about the. Remember that little block with the velvet, the thing you would clean the record with. It was like a wooden block about this big, and it had red sort of velvet or whatever.
And I still have it too.
And inside the block went that solution. You'd put the drops on it, and you clean the record every time. Wade Curtis is asking, are you guys a big fan of physical media? Well, I'll let Wolf fill his in. DVDs and such. Roller Skater Texas Girl says, I still have that stuff. DVD, cassette tapes, some VCR tape records. I personally
Can you see them on the back wall in that photo?
Oh yeah, I still have I have 800 CDs, and
no, you can't.
And well, I can see all the stuff stacked up in the front there. Those look like CDs, but maybe they're movies.
Those are CDs, yeah.
I have 800 CDs, and I have over 500 DVD and Blu-rays.
So along that back wall, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 36-inch by 10, I think, shelves of tapes. On the opposite side, there's 8. I think 8 more. There's tapes underneath those in a rack that holds a couple hundred. There's DVDs piled up in front of it.
Wade, you got to realize people our age love to own physical media.
And above me are 3 shelves, 36 by 10, of VCR tapes.
Well, we love to own physical media. We don't want to have to stream it when the internet goes out. We want to own it and have it. And I can speak for myself, but I know Wolf is the same way. I used to buy a case of VCR tapes, and when the monthly, like it was like a TV guide, but it came from our cable company, and I would go through it, the schedule, and circle all the stuff I wanted to record, and I would put a tape in, and I would set it for that, was it 6-hour or 12-hour mode, and I would program it. And then I'd have like a certain day circled
It
where
can go 8 hours, I think.
I would take it out and put another one in, and it was programmed to record the channel I wanted and the show I wanted. And I finally had to get rid of them. It was just too much weight I was carrying around. But I know you have even more. You've got way more than I
have 7 VCRs too that we're taping every day.
The Wolf has the entire history of broadcasting from about 1986 to about 2000. Every channel.
I had to toss away a lot of stuff too, and I probably end up throwing away a lot more. Because, in the end, you love it, but nobody else does.
Well, when I was working in Detroit, I realized that I had probably 100 tapes that I had taped things on, but I had never cataloged. I'd never even written. Remember you had to get that sticker, that long sticker out for the spine of it.
I've got a stack of those.
Yeah, and you had to write what was on, and maybe you'd write what time it started or whatever if you were really into it. And I didn't do that. So I worked in this building where in the bottom was this kind of convenience store. And we just called it the Little Store because these Chinese people owned it, and there was no sign on the outside of it. You just went in there, and there was magazines and snacks and stuff, and it was very basic. And there was a girl that worked there that you could tell like was the owner's daughter. She was in like just out of high school or just in college or whatever, and she would sit there bored out of her skull all day long watching movies. And I went, hey, you want to make a little money? And she's like, what? I said, I've got about 100 tapes. They've got a variety of things on them. I can bring them in here, box at a time. And if there's a movie on you want to watch, just watch it. And if there's something you don't want to watch, fast forward through it. And, I'll pay you to do it. And she goes, you don't have to pay me. I'm desperate for things to watch. And I said, okay. So I started bringing, those book boxes just filled with tapes. Yeah. And I'd give them to her. And when she was done, she'd say, hey, those are finished. And I'd bring another one. And when she first started doing it, she was really, just put the name of the movie or the sports program or whatever it was. And then as she got to know me, because we got to know each other, chatting and stuff, she was a pretty cool chick. She would write really pervy movie or movie with a creepy monster that she would start almost giving reviews of what was out there. Roller Skater Texas Girl says, we really need to keep this type of media just in case we lose the internet for a long time. Well, when I lived in Utah, the internet actually is very good there. I had gig speed internet, but I was always worried, and I don't like to pay for Netflix or any of that stuff because I've got all these movies of my own. Plus, I have Google Chromecast and a Roku TV that's got Tubi and all this. I got more TV than I could possibly watch. And so, but when I was there, I was always like, I want to be able to watch these movies in case there's nothing that I really want to watch on. And what if, because sometimes the TVs were all repeaters from Salt Lake. There was no TV stations in Utah where I lived. They were just tower repeaters from Salt Lake. And sometimes they'd go out. So you didn't have any broadcast television. Forget that. And if the internet ever went out, I wanted my own stuff. I didn't want to have to, and I'm still the same way. I mean, when I started the radio station at the school system, I told all the kids, bring in your music. I want your music to be on this station. And so they brought it in, and they were like, I like, just give me the MP3s, just email them to me. And they started sending me these weird links and stuff. I'm like, well, guys, I need the MP3 of the song. And they had to explain to me, we don't have that. We're on Apple Music or we're on Spotify. We pay them $9.99 a month, and for that, we can play the songs, but we don't get a physical copy of the song. We get a link to the song. And I'm like, well, then you're going to have to listen to my music then. So I had to bring in my physical media and give it to them. Wade Curtis says, wow, that's a lot of VHSs, Wolf. I'm the same way with owning my movies. I'm an old soul with a ton of DVDs, including some.
No. He has no idea how much I threw away 500 tapes that had at least 4 movies on each tape.
Yeah.
There were 4 stacks, almost as tall as Tom, in my living room of stuff I hadn't even seen yet.
Lots of collector's items and limited editions. And here's something that hurts me. There's no more big giant barrel at Walmart with the $5 movies in it. People just aren't buying DVDs anymore. The used DVD place near me, there's still another one, but near me is out of business. And I was buying stuff like crazy.
Yeah, I got some too out of that little cardboard, whatever the heck.
I think they'll always keep selling those just because they have the director stuff and all the other extras, and because it's so cheap to manufacture a Blu-ray or a DVD. It costs them nothing. They probably, and they make a lot more on those,
yeah, it's probably
than a
2
rental.
or 3 cents or something to.
Yeah, if you get like I don't know what Netflix is a month now, it's $15 or whatever it is. I'll pay $15 for just one movie. So maybe they'll keep making them. I don't know, but I know they'll keep making the players. They better, because I got all these. I can't throw these away now. And my car plays DVDs. If it didn't, I would install a DVD player, because it's like I am not burning all these MP3s from these CDs. I'm not doing it. 800? Are you kidding me? No, that isn't happening. So, but yeah, we like to own our own physical media. And Wade, look, in the VHS days and in the DVD days, when you find a movie for $1.50 that might be used or whatever else, and it's Truck Stop Women on the Moon, you just gotta buy it. You just gotta buy it. Surf Nazis Must Die, those kind of movies, you gotta buy it.
Speaking of pervish labeling, I have one tape that I labeled Women's Butts. And the reason is because I wanted to see how many movies they would avoid showing that shot, and how many I could find that actually had a shot of a woman's behind in it.
Well, there's a company called Something Weird Video.
Oh, I just watched one of those tonight.
Yeah, and Something Weird Video was starting, and I'm doing a show on Something Weird Video. It was started by a guy named Mike Vraney, who passed away way too early. He died young, and his wife kept the business going. I think it's now all digital, and it's being folded in with another company, or some things are happening to it. But he had tapes of all these old exploitation movies like Agony of Love and Ride the Wild Pink Horse and all this other crazy stuff. And he went through all of those and made compilations. Like one was called 60s Go-Go Chicks. And it was just, if a detective walked into a bar somewhere and there were go-go chicks dancing, in a club.
Oh, they were thousands of those movies.
He just took those clips, and there were volumes and volumes and volumes of them, just an insane amount. And he made those. He made all sorts of various little compilations like that.
There are hundreds of movies just about devil dolls.
Yes, yes. Oh, and well, let me see if I can find it. He had categories that were.
Did you ever message that guy? Because I emailed him and he emailed me back.
Well, I did when he was still alive, because he advertised heavily on Film Threat when I worked for Film Threat. And so, there's a channel now, apparently. You got to pay for it. And the
There's
T-shirts.
a guy on YouTube showing those videos right now. That's where I watched that doll, the curse of the doll people, and then the other movie I was watching before I came on.
It doesn't look like he has the. They don't have nearly as much as he did. Catalogs, magazines.
I think the guy's channel that's showing that stuff now. He left a message for people to contact him and let him know in the comments if they wanted more Mexican films. And he's got 17,500 subs.
Let's see. There's one here. It's called Drugorama Video Party. So it's another one is called the Scare Films Archive. Danger stories, so they've got all these, crazy kinds of things, but he doesn't have nearly as many as he used to, because they used to have categories like sword and sandal, and those were all of the.
Oh, I have hundreds of those.
Yes,
hundreds,
and there were hundreds of them. He's got music soundtracks.
Hundreds of vampire films. Hundreds of sword.
Let's see here. There's the music soundtracks on CDs that he's got are Go-Go Bikini Girls, Something Weird Spook Show. It's Intermission Time. Those will just be intermission ads. Blonde on a Bum Trip soundtrack. Psychedelic Kicks. Just crazy stuff. I need to do a story about him, but the old website, let me see if I can find it on the Wayback Machine, because it had really great categories that were, you'd laugh just looking at them.
There's probably somebody that privately has some stuff oh my gosh, what was his name? There's like a fan club for him that was in combat and a bunch of stuff like that. Ralph Meeker.
Oh yeah, tons of Ralph Meeker.
There's websites and stuff like that where they've got all of their films.
Let's see.
I finally saw. I have all of Alfred Hitchcock's 60 films, but I think I might have tossed some of them.
Let's see here. They got categories like Sexy Shockers, 60s A Go-Go. This is a great one. It's called Drug Flicks, but then Spies, Thighs, and Private Eyes. Crime Wave USA, Kooky Kitty Carnival, which are just like kind of superhero-y things. Sci-Fi Late Night Creature Feature Show. Nightmare Theater Chillerama. Historical Hellraisers, Spaghetti Westerns, TV Rarities and Lost and Found, Jaws of the Jungle, Creepy Mysteries, Sword and Sandal Spectaculars, Classic Cartoon Rarities, Lifestyles USA, World War II for Victory Show, V for Victory Show, scare films, which are those like driver's ed films, wrestling she babes. Anyway, he had just thousands upon thousands upon thousands of movie titles.
He had a lot of pervish stuff.
And now he's gotten it all narrowed down. Wade Curtis says, "What do you think of Chris Gore?" I wrote for Film Threat magazine for maybe a couple of decades. I was the associate producer on Chris Gore's first movie. I think he's a talented man. Thank you for asking. I've known Chris Gore since 88. One of my podcasts, he's on it. I could probably get him again if I wanted to. So, I'm sure he's doing quite well. He's a fine man.
I needed a good laugh last night, so I watched The Stuff.
Oh, God.
Again.
The Stuff.
Yeah.
Is this where you guys, is this where you get the stuff? Yeah. The Stuff
I
is...
immediately thought of, well, is that the kind of stuff you get in Dunkin' Donuts? Is it the stuff that comes in Pepsi?
Isn't that's the one with...
Is it the stuff from Snapple?
Well, that's the one, is the guy or the girl that gets stuck to the ceiling by the stuff?
It's a guy.
It's a guy, yeah.
Yeah, and they set it on fire.
And it's got Andrea Marcovici in it, which is...
the flattest chest in the history of womankind.
Well, she's just interesting because she's in the pilot for Harry O. She's in
a lot of stuff.
No
pun intended.
Actually, she's not in that much stuff. She's really more probably known as a singer. But she's in a Woody Allen movie that he didn't write or direct, which is rare. Very, very, very rare. And it was called The Front. And it was about the blacklist, and she plays his girlfriend. And she's really, really good in it. And then she was in one of the airport movies, Taxi, and then she started doing like crappy TV shows like The Incredible Hulk and Magnum PI, Hill Street Blues, The Stuff, which is, I like it, you like it, but it ain't exactly Citizen Kane.
And that's the point.
Well, yeah. But she started off as having this kind of, nominated for a Golden Globe award to other things. But she's really, she's done like 20 albums or something. She's a very well known as being a singer. So she's just interesting. She's interesting. It's almost like she didn't really care, But Wade Curtis asked me about Chris Gore. That's weird. What do you think of Chris Gore, Wade Curtis? Why it all got to be about me? Why it always got to be about me, man? Anyway.
Because you have the stuff.
Yes. Is this where you get the stuff?
Yeah,
isn't that the end of the movie? They're leaving town or something, these other people are coming in. Is this where they have the stuff?
The way it ends is that they think they've destroyed the stuff.
Right, but you could never destroy the stuff.
No, and it's a guy pulls up, black market dude pulls up with a truckload of boxes of it, and
of the stuff,
hands it to these two guys looking to get a fix.
Looking
to score.
I don't even remember. Wasn't the thing about the stuff is it slowly took you over or something, or I can't even remember all the details.
Yeah.
I just remember it was very pervish, and it had Michael Moriarty in it, which...
And not Gilbert Gottfried, Garrett Morris.
Oh, yeah, Garrett Morris is in that. I forgot about that, yeah. Yeah. I want Wade Curtis to tell me what's up with... what does he think of Chris Gore? Maybe he's not going to tell me. Maybe
Frank Gore up for the
Hall of Fame.
Hall. Yep.
I think he should make it. I heard a bunch of people saying he shouldn't make it, and I'm like, how?
The guy's like number 3 on the list of all-time yards.
And here's the other thing I like about him. It didn't matter really what system you put him in. He
Yeah,
just
he
got yards.
He got yards, yep.
It's like it's one thing to be Walter Payton and stay the same place and good years and bad years and all that. He was just like, oh, these guys don't want me anymore. They think I'm washed up.
Yep.
I'll go to this place and gets yards. And then,
Yep.
you think I'm done here? I'll go to this place and gets yards. So, Roller Skater
he's,
Texas Girl says
He always produced.
Gilbert Gottfried is the best roaster. Well, was. He's no longer with us.
I always thought Don Rickles was the best roaster.
Well, there's 2 different eras, but yeah, Don Rickles is the gold standard. God, he's so funny. I can watch those Carson clips for forever. And recently, I went on a tear of watching Jonathan Winters on
Oh, good
Carson.
Lord.
Yeah.
He couldn't stop laughing when he was on there.
Oh my God, Jonathan Winters was just so funny. Even when he was just talking, he was so funny, just telling a story in his normal voice. But then he'd do a little side
With that
thing.
pudgy face, it was
yeah,
it was really funny.
And he would always joke about the fact that he had been put in an asylum. He went into a psychiatric treatment or whatever. He would always bring that up. He would be like, did you ever, over the holidays have a time when you was, yes, they wouldn't let me out of the place I was in. And then Johnny would just start laughing. Jonathan, yes, so with Robin Williams, yeah. Robin Williams worshipped Jonathan Winters, and everybody did. Yeah, he was so funny. So very funny. There is a roast of Frank Sinatra where Jonathan Winters comes on as Frank's bus driver when he first started in his career. And he comes out and he's doing that, hey there, Frank, it's been so long since I've seen you. I could back then I could put my hand around you. And he just starts saying all this crazy stuff. And it's hilarious. He was something else. He was something else. But he started out
starting to show some of that old Rodney stuff from the HBO specials too. The Jiffy Jeff's Gym and
young comedian specials and
what was his name? Bob Nelson.
Well, there was a bunch of Bobs. There was Bob Kirschen. Well, it was Bill Kirschenbauer. And
Bob Nelson was Jiffy Jeff's Gym, and the one about UNICEF, where he's making fun of it, and then he does one where he's making fun of the Sports Illustrated, how they do the I guess that's the All-American list or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
My name's Biff.
My name's Mike Koskiowski, and I'm a wide receiver, but next year I hope to be a tight end.
I like the when you see on like ESPN Classic or something from the 70s. Yeah,
Old Sam Kinison too. I've watched a bunch of that. Oh,
yeah, simple and unexpected punchlines. But back, if you watch, remember when ESPN Classic was around, you could watch an old college football game, and Keith Jackson would be announcing, and he would. It was before the game,
With
and
Frank Broyle.
Yes, with Frank Broyles, and Keith Jackson would be announcing like, and here's the starting offensive line from Oklahoma at left tackle, Bill Jenkinson. He's a criminology major, and they showed what they were studying.
The paperwork.
They would never ever do that now, But now back then it was like, he's a business administration, and then it's like,
yeah, you gotta.
Who cares
the
what
the only way you see that now is from NFL Films. Has a lot of stuff like that they show.
Yeah,
where you're watching their breakdown and of all everything they're saying and the numbers of the players and their names and
what they
all the little notes that they've put there to.
But back then it was they'd run into the camera frame and stand there for a second and have their name, and then it would have what they were there to study, as if anyone cared. It's like Bruce Coslett said when some reporter asked him about why didn't they pick up that coverage, and Coslett goes, "Look, these guys have strolled across some college campuses, but don't get the idea." Don't get the idea that they're here for their, I thought that was so funny. They've strolled across some college campuses, but don't get the idea.
They were discussing, I was watching the SC and TCU game, and they were discussing how they were both disciples of the mad chemist.
Oh, talking about Mike Leach.
And I was like,
what was
his disciples?
What was who won the Ohio State Miami game? I bet Ohio State by a lot.
I don't know. I haven't watched it yet. If it's because it's supposed to be today, isn't it tonight?
Oh, it's over.
Oh yeah, it's 10.
Wade Curtis says, "Good night and happy New Year's, fellas." You're not going to tell me what you think of Chris Gore, Wade? Come on,
10:57.
It's okay if you don't want to, Wade. We're just glad to have you here. Thanks for being here. I'm going to look it up. I'm not going to tell you who won it, but I'm going to look it up.
Yeah, I haven't watched it yet.
Uh-oh. Well, never mind.
Ohio State beat them up, huh?
Mm.
They lost to Miami? Are you kidding?
I'm not kidding, no. Good night, Wade. Thanks for being here, Wade. Yeah, they lost to Miami.
Holy crud. What the hell happened to Ohio State?
Well, you got that layoff. I'm telling you, that layoff is never good.
To be honest with you, I've never been impressed with that kid that they've got at quarterback. He's just lucky he's got a great team around him, and when that great team gets equalized, then it shows up how bad he plays.
Incidentally, makes that Notre Dame loss to Miami look a lot better now, doesn't it?
Well, I never thought that Notre Dame was bad. I thought they should
I
have
didn't
been
either.
in the playoff.
I do too, but I'm just saying for those people that kept going, well, they beat them head to head. First game by what, 2 or 3 points? Let's not go crazy. Meanwhile,
that was a squeaker that they got by too.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Alabama gets waxed. They got boat raced in their conference championship. Nobody says a word about it. So Indiana better take care of them. That's all I got to say. But any old way, we're coming up on another Happy New Year here in 30 seconds. And that'll be for my friends in Utah and the mountain region. So all 4 of you.
That's right. It's 10:59 here.
Let's see here. We got about 20 seconds. All right. We're going to do a countdown. No, I probably got to go. I'm running out of Cheerios. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy
Holy
New
cow,
Year.
Cubs win.
Cubs win.
Cubs win. Cubs win.
You lost, Tony.
Juicy lips, Coke bottle glasses, and this bud's for you.
Yeah. By the way, upcoming on the Tom Gulley Show, tomorrow evening, yes, we will have a show for your New Year's Day. The Tenerife air disaster, deadliest air disaster in the history of mankind on Earth, and much different than what you might think it would be. Then on Friday, we are doing the inexplicable disappearance of Susan Walsh. And then on Sunday, the sitcom Soap. And that is especially for our good friend, roller skater Texas girl. Happy New Year to everyone in the wrong time zone, says Dark Lelit. And
she liked the TV show Soap.
She said she used to watch it with her dad.
I did too, for obvious reasons.
I don't know what those would be. Did they have some?
Because I'm a rackologist.
Oh, who was in it? It was well, there was Catherine Hellman and
yes,
Dana Canova.
Yes,
and,
who also had a.
And then there was what was that other chick's name? I can't think of it now. She wasn't as famous, but there was a lot of people that got their start on that show.
Does this remind you of anyone?
Well, yeah, it does, because in our retrospective on 2025, on January 1st of last year, January 1st is always Public Domain Day. And all works that were created in 1929, last January 1st, a year ago, were put into the public domain. And one of those things was Popeye. So although you can't use like an old Popeye comic book from the 30s or the 40s or the 50s, the character of Popeye and representations of Popeye, if you wanted to draw your own, those are public domain now. Yes, roller skater Texas girl is quite correct when she says Benson came from Soap. Benson was
spun that off.
The butler, yeah. And Benson, geez, Benson was on the air for, God, long time.
6 seasons?
Longer than that, I think.
Well, I mean 6 years, which would be...
longer than that, I think. 7 seasons. 7.
Oh.
So.
Well, that was close. 6 seasons.
And Inga on that show, I mean, Gretchen Krause and Marcy Hill, Carolyn McWilliams, who Carolyn McWilliams is no longer with us. That's sad to me.
I'm sure quite a few of those people have
well, no, she passed away. Well, it wasn't that early.
moved on to the happy hunting ground.
That was the chick that was married to Michael Keaton and passed away early. But I think she was also on. Yeah, she had a big role on Hill Street Blues too. But let's see here. Soap sitcom. There we go. The sitcom Soap. Yeah, there's some people on that show. Good God, that's a... Diana Manoff was on that show.
Uh-huh.
Inga Svensson was on there. Krause. Jennifer Salt. Barbara.
Yeah, I watched it every show.
Barbara Rhodes was on that show.
Oh, that was a big one.
That was a close one there, yeah. Barbara Rhodes, look her up sometime. Oh, yeah, Jimmy Bio. Yep, and Billy Crystal, sure. Scott Baio, whatever, his cousin. I think it's cousin. I'm pretty sure it's cousin.
It's going to get more intense here because it's getting closer to 12.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure it was. Let's see here. Former actor. He was in the Bad News Bears Breaking Training. He's the cousin of Scott, yes. He's the uncle of Major League Baseball player Harrison Bader, center fielder. Well, good for him. Well, good for him. I hope he's really happy with himself. Wonder what he does now. Doesn't say.
Makes liquor.
He makes that good cone liquor. Cool trivia. Well, you know, that's all I am is trivia. Well, Wolf, what are you looking forward to in 2026?
I don't know. I never think about that kind of stuff.
Oh, you know, I'm not even enough to say I got some Fruity Pebbles with marshmallows in them. That's what I'm looking forward to in 2026.
I'm looking forward to baking more goods.
Are you going to make some fudge anytime soon?
I'm actually concentrating on the bread more. I may start making some pastry-like stuff. I did it in the past, but I keep getting this itch to get cream cheese in something. So I'll probably... My favorite was cream cheese croissants.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm sort of angling towards that kind of goodies.
Donny Osmond's son is on Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. You know, the Osmonds to this day are like royalty in Utah. They're quite popular.
Yeah, something happened there. I was looking at something on the Osmonds. One of them pass away or something?
Yes, I think one of the Osmonds did pass away this past year.
Yeah, it was a few months ago, I think.
I think maybe it was Jimmy, maybe? Let me see
That
here.
still leaves about 200 of them.
It was Wayne Osmond. Wayne Osmond had a stroke. I'll tell you what, Marie Osmond, I saw her in a stage production of, one of the brothers, sure. Marie Osmond, I saw her in a stage production of Sound of Music.
With all that pancake makeup on.
She was looking pretty good, I'll tell you. And in that show, she was.
How long ago was that?
Oh, it was in the 90s. I saw her recently though in some sort of infomercial or something. She was fine. She was fine. Are you happy that Mark David Chapman did not get paroled last year? He tried to.
Now I remember that story I was telling you about. I was watching that movie.
Yeah.
It was about the nursing guy that was bumping people off in the hospital.
Yeah.
That got what I told you, he got like 18 consecutive life sentences.
Yeah.
That's the guy.
Marie is gorgeous. She does try to look good. Yeah, there's a lot of those nurse type people that get caught killing people. But yeah.
That's why Dad was afraid of hospitals, because he put one of those whack jobs in prison. They sent him in undercover, and he caught how many people? Because he told me the whole story. Because I asked him, why are you so afraid of hospitals?
Wolf, I think you got actual guns where you live.
I'm sure.
Let me see.
My brothers from south of the border are just a few blocks away, and they have decided that it's not important to worry about where those rounds fall.
Well, let me see here. What else do we got here? Demi Moore. What do you think about her these days? She won a.
I saw the movie where she's that weird movie, the recent one. Yeah.
Substance. Yeah, did you like it?
Not particularly,
She got
but
a
it
big.
was pretty pervish.
She got an award for it.
Yeah, it was.
She has the Screen Actors Guild Best Actress or something.
I briefly saw her in that that bar slash restaurant that Dobe and I were in
Oh yeah.
many decades ago.
Huh.
I think Rob Lowe had just skipped out, and she was still there, and then she left. And I don't remember if they were having a little party after they wrapped everything up, because they just wrapped up the last filming of that portion for that movie. Which I would butcher the name of if I mentioned it.
Well, what do you think about Brad Sigmund here? He beat 2 people to death with a baseball bat, and the state of South Carolina decided firing squad would be a great way to.
Hey, don't they still do that in Utah?
Well, you have the choice in Utah, I think. In Idaho, it's now that's your only choice. In Idaho. Did you have to, Windows 10 is no longer supported for security and stuff, so you now have to go to Windows 11 or else.
No, it's supported for another year.
Well,
But you got to sign up on a list for that. I did, and then I just got sick of it and said, I'm out, and just installed
but they
Mint
don't.
on everything.
It's Microsoft doesn't support it. There's another thing that'll support it, but Microsoft doesn't.
No, I went directly to Microsoft and signed up and registered.
Yeah, they might register you, but there's another company that actually does it.
So I don't know about all that because I got rid of it.
Greg Edwards says, Happy New Year's, Tom. Happy New Year's to you, Greg. Happy New Year's to you. But
So yeah, I'm done with all that. I'm tired of needing to get new stuff for no reason. I'm tired of having to pay a huge amount of money for that stuff.
yeah.
Linux was free. Even if you buy the system, it's like $3. It's a new system every 6 months.
Kind of steep.
Yeah, $3 is a ridiculous amount of money for an operating system.
That's kind of steep. I remember a day when if somebody offered you $1 to assassinate yourself, you'd have to take the contract.
And then I put a contract out on him, and he had to accept it.
I know it.
Because we were both broke.
Yeah.
He had to accept the counter contract.
My favorite was when he would get all feeling his oats and try to wrestle you.
Oh, he'd wait until I came home from working out.
Yes, of course. Of
And
course.
I would pretend like I was just exhausted, so sore I could hardly move.
Yeah. And he'd think, now's my chance.
And then I'd crush him.
And then 20 seconds later, he'd be going, no, I give up.
20 seconds later, he'd be crushed.
Now he won't even answer the phone. Well, that's just...
The argument that I was in with the old man channel, he was doing a really stupid exercise called Xerxer squats. That's what it was. I've never seen anything that dumb that people will actually do and think that it's helpful.
I've heard of those Those are all the rage.
It is the dumbest exercise it's like we got to think of something new just so we can make some money, and that was what they came up with. And oh my Lord.
Yeah,
and he was well, stronger than you, and I said, no, you're not. Even in the condition I'm in now, you're not.
Yeah.
And then it was, well, I can do this, and you can't do it. And I said, yeah, I actually have the trophies to prove that I can. I have the plaques from. Now, granted, I didn't win because I lost to 2 assistant coaches, but I have the plaques from the Open Invitationals that I wrestled heavyweight in and was runner-up. I said, yeah, I'm way stronger than you.
Roller skater Texas girl, Xerxer squats, where you take a regular barbell and you put these ones where you put it in the crooks of your arm. So you put this barbell, regular like bench press barbell, and you put it in the crooks of your arm like an idiot.
Yes.
And then you do squats with them.
Which immediately tugs you forward, putting stress on your lower back, causing you to have back injuries, arm injuries in your forearms, your biceps, and your delts.
There's 72 million ways to do squats without doing that dumb thing that somebody just decided would be novel. Is your back in alignment? Yeah, it is. As a matter of fact, why don't you do these and it won't be anymore? So the purpose of the squats is to get your legs, developed or whatever. And that thing there, your legs are going to get, some work, but your back and the rest of you is going to be destroyed.
I can explain what it's actually supposed to be for, and that's the frontal teardrop over your knee. That very lower part of your quadriceps, it's supposed to develop like doing a sissy squat or a normal front squat, which has the bar across your shoulders.
Yeah.
Not in your arms.
Is that part of competition? No. Greg Edwards says it's for people that squat more weight than they should. There's always a new thing that people will claim is the secret key to just a secret key to untold benefits. And
there's always a new diet, a new product. There's some new substance that can do what steroids can do. There's always something that they're touting so that they can sell their products and sell whatever.
And sometimes they'll put it into like a historical perspective. The ancient Egyptians never ate cheese. Get rid of dairy. You're going to be or some crazy thing. Or
if you take a sea berry, you'll start to become younger.
Yes, there's a village in the Ukraine where the people live to be 117, and that's because they eat this special kind of alfalfa. Stop it.
And I'm getting online and eating those people for lunch.
Well, it's there are no secrets. There is no magic. I was talking to this guy in Utah that had, I don't know, 15 state championships in wrestling that he coached for his team in 20 years or some crazy amount. I forget. He's very successful. And I'm like, somebody that we were talking with was like, well, these kids just aren't good enough and blah, blah, blah. And I said, No.
It is brutal. The 6 to 6.5 hour
the key
practices that
to
build
winning
those state champions.
the key to winning any sport at the high school level is how good is your coach and how many, but it's even more, how many hours are you willing to work?
Yep.
Like, and I always use the example of when I was in high school on a Friday night. Hey, Tom, you want to go out with that girl and go ice skating, or do you want to come and play soccer for 3 hours? Soccer? Not even close. Soccer?
Yeah.
That is the way you have to think. It's how much are you going to sacrifice?
My
how hard are you going to work?
9/600 wearing a 25-pound flak vest and doing an 800-meter workout.
Yeah. Yeah, and I said that. I said it in front of this guy. I said, there's no secret. How much are you willing to sacrifice and how hard are you willing to work? That's it. They point it to, oh, they're just good because these guys from Carmel, they're just good because they got nicer facilities and blah, 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 blah.
Well, they do have better facilities than anybody, but
true. But they have created a culture there where it's a competition to get on the field. You know, when you're a freshman, I got to be the first one here. I got to bust my rear end and keep busting my rear end and keep busting my rear end. And that's the secret, so to speak. Roller skater text girl says, lower back is so fragile as we age. Yes. You're talking to two guys that know. He knows more than I do. There's no shortcut for hard work. Aging sucks in general. As my grandma used to say, this old age ain't for sissies. Roller skater Texas girl says cartwheels will strengthen your lower back. Well, look at roller skater Texas girl. She's the best in shape of anybody in this room, for crying out loud. Skates backwards faster than most people can skate forward. I was raised on ice skating, and I go roller skating, and it's just like this is a different animal.
Well, I roller skated, but of course, that's when I still had ankles that work. That might be an issue now.
Yes,
that's before I got shot in the ankle and played ball on these ankles all taped up. And
yeah. Okay, I think it's about time to wrap this up. I think it's about time I gotta. How long have I been doing this? Oh, yeah, that's a long time. Anything else you want to say or point out or wish everybody or?
Yeah, Happy New Year, everybody, and hope you have as much success and are as prosperous this year as you were last year.
I hope I do better than that. What did Santa Claus bring you? And by that I mean, what did you get yourself for Christmas? That's what it means for me.
A fabulous tasting loaf of bread.
I'm looking at mine. Boy, the way I skedaddled over to Walmart. Hey, by the way, Walmart, former running a Walmart guy. When I was at the Walmart the day after I got this, I had to run over there, and there were like 3 things I wanted to get, and they didn't have 2 of them out, and it was like 9 o'clock. It wasn't even the early time I normally go, and I went over to Horatio, the Hispanic guy that's like the security dude on the way out, and I go like, I got a buddy that worked for Walmart out in California, the #1 store in the chain. And when I tell him that you guys don't have everything stocked, and when I get there, you guys have pallets in the middle of the aisles and everything, and he goes crazy. He goes, no, they're supposed to. He was like all over it. He was because he's just the guy that checks your receipt, but he knew. Yeah. He's like, no, they're supposed to. I said, yeah, but that doesn't even bother me as bad as I get back to where I'm trying to go. And all I want is some Zantac, and there's nothing. It's like, where's the Nexium? Where's the Prilosec? It was nothing. It's just nothing. And I'm like, that is worse than not having, it's just, how do you guys run this store? You can't have nothing. You've got
by running everybody else out of business so that they can slack off.
Yeah, I guess, because you guys have inventory management controls and stuff. You get down to 10 and that thing should automatically order some more. But no, it's looking at you. It just blank looks in the face every time. You know how many times at that store hey, where are your Chef Boyardee pizza kits? I don't even know what that is. Do we even have those? The pizza kits where you pour the dough out and you mix it up with the hot water and then you put the oil on it and you bake it, and your kids normally help you and all that. I didn't realize there's a thing like that. Yeah, there is. Okay,
Lord have mercy.
So then I search them out and find them, and then I actually go back to the guy and I go, "You want me to show you? This is what it looks like." He looks at it. Wow, that looks pretty good. Yeah, it's like $3. Why don't you let me show you where it's at? I've done that 4 or 5 times with their own products. It's like, why am I showing you where things are?
Somebody would have been pulled into the no. A group of people would have been pulled into the office and had it very nicely explained to them that they better know where every item in this store is, where it is, what it is, and if it's available or not. And if they don't learn those things, they're going to be back in the office, maybe having something else done.
Well, I went to the cereal place where the place in the store where they've got the bags of cereal,
Mm-hmm.
And because I'm not messing around, I need a full bag out of the box, please. That's for amateurs. So I go to that section. And I'm looking around, and like 4 of the bins or 5 of them are empty, including the one that has what I want, which is the great value version of Fruity Pebbles with the marshmallows. I don't want to pay the full tote post whatever. And I'm looking at it, and this girl comes around, and I know she was trying to be helpful, but she's like, "Oh, we moved all the cereal around last week. It's probably not in the same place." And I went, "I agree, it's not in the same place," meaning it's not even here. "Oh, what?" I said, "You see these 4 empty things here? I don't care where they were last week. They're empty now. See, it doesn't matter where they were last week." "Oh, we haven't gotten those filled." And I'm just like looking at her like, why are you asking? You have eyes? Yeah, you haven't got a bill.
Department manager's fault more than likely, and not just him. The department manager, then the ICS guy that's in charge of the stocking during the day, which starts at 11 p.m., and the night crew manager.
Here you go. Read that one, Wolf.
What does it say?
First
time manager office, second time unemployment office. No, we can't do it that quickly, but it's close.
Yeah,
you got to give a verbal, then 3 writtens, and it's the streets. But someone like that would probably already be on thin ice already.
Yeah. I told somebody recently, I wish that one time in my 40-year career, I could be as bad at my job as you are every single day.
Well, here's the
one
worst
incident.
Here's the worst thing about Wally World. They wanted to get rid of all of the high dollar earning employees. So we had a guy that worked he's supposed to be in the garden center. he worked all over the store. If you said, hey, so-and-so, can you do this? No. Well, I'm garden center. Yeah, I don't know what, blah, 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 nothing. Just, it'll be taken care of, and it was taken care of. All over the store. And he was making probably $26 an hour, something like that.
Yeah.
So their great idea in this managers meeting was that they were going to figure out how to get rid of him. And I said, I said, hold on just a second. He's the best employee in this store, and you want to get rid of him? That is their philosophy.
Yeah. There's a lot of companies are that way. It's like not about quality, it's about cost.
You never found any empty spaces in my departments, ever.
Well, it's like accountants making decisions. If you let the accountants at the Ford Motor Company make the decisions, they're going to go, hey, you know what? If we got rid of all these employees and sold these factories, we'd make a tidy profit. We could move on to something else. Yeah, we build cars here, man. We're not interested in getting rid of the employees and selling. They go, yeah, but that's the way to make the most profit. You don't.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I wore those cargo pants always.
Yeah.
Both pockets full of index cards that had notes on them for stuff that we needed to get in, stuff that people were looking for, what the result of my research was it available, when was it coming, who manufactured it, all that information. Every day I went through those pockets and checked everything every day. If there was an empty space, I wanted to know why.
Yeah.
Is it discontinued? Is there a substitute? Why have we not gotten it? So one time when I was running overnight, I ordered an entire aisle, 67 outs. And the store manager called me in and she said, did you order all this? And I said, yes, I did. Why did you order? And I said, you're joking, right? These are 67 outs. I don't know about you, but I kind of thought that we had customers that buy things from us and they can't buy an empty shelf. Oh, and that was the end of it.
Yeah.
67 outs in one aisle.
Kim, I'd like to ask you, before we get off here, how's your lumbago?
Well, I'm out of liquor.
We got really hot here last week, and then it dropped down into the 30s,
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. My grandfather used to say the same thing when the weather would radically change.
Yeah.
Oh, my lumbago. But I got to tell you, and maybe it was because I had to pick up my big TV and bring it in here and use it instead of I had to use my bedroom TV for my monitor for a couple of days. And so I'd pick it up, bring it in here, put it down, use it, and then bring it back in and get underneath it and plug all the things back in. But I think that weather really exacerbated my lumbago.
I can guarantee it did.
Yeah, and plus, and I think we've talked about it before, I just love saying lumbago. Because I think of my grandfather, oh, my lumbago is...
My granddad was the bus driver for the city of Detroit, and a drunk, which is ironic,
well,
hit the bus and drove him off of an overpass. and that's what tore his back up.
Oh, he had lumbago forever.
So his lumbago was from that, but he used that as an excuse to further his alcoholism.
They should have made a ripple or something called lumbago. Lumbagos, gin.
My lumbago was really bothering me today.
I remember.
And then he would have, because he didn't want anybody to know, booze caused him to get the hiccups.
Oh, okay.
And in fact, so badly that they had to do surgery to stop them. So it looked like somebody had done heart surgery on him. He started getting the hiccups, and it was the booze that did it.
Oh, God.
He hiccuped for like weeks and had lost 40 pounds, and they finally took him to the hospital, and it looked like they'd done heart surgery. He had an incision from just under his neck all the way down his... Yes, he had train tracks. He had a giant zipper the length of from under his neck down to below his belly button.
Oh, God.
And he wanted everybody to think that he'd stopped drinking. Uh-huh. And I said, yeah, no. That ice cream that he has to have all the time has got vodka in it.
Well, I'm glad his lumbago got better. Maybe.
And with all of that, he lived to be 83.
Yeah, a lot of those dudes, man, they get pickled.
Isn't that amazing? You treat your body like total garbage.
I think if you reach a certain point and you survive and you keep drinking, it just pickles you or turns you into beef jerky and you just live longer.
He had booze hidden all over his. He had one of those on the worst side of Detroit, on the worst street on that side. He had this duplex with 2 stories and a basement, and there's these twins that lived on the other side. And yes, they were part of rackology.
Oh, okay.
And downstairs and upstairs, I found booze hidden everywhere. In the registers, because during the summer when I would go visit, I cleaned the place.
Yeah, yeah.
In the registers, behind the cabinets, behind the couch, underneath the couch, hidden behind jars in the cupboards, behind his, I'm going to make some greens today. Well, go ahead, Granddad. Go ahead and make some greens. I'm going to make some greens. Between that and I want to see the Bud play. When Mark Fidrich was pitching. Yeah. Every day this is a routine. First it was my lumbago hurts. Then it was I'm going to make some greens.
And then I want to see the Bud.
And then it was I want to see the Bud play.
And he only pitched every 4 days.
And we never went.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I had a friend that kind of drank himself to death, and his parents were older. I
wonder who that was.
Well, no, this is another guy. Much a long time before that, but his parents were older, and I offered to go ahead and clean out the apartment for them because they couldn't have done it. And it wasn't so much the booze that he had on hand. It was the empties that he would hide because he didn't want anybody to see him taking them out. So there were just bottles upon bottles hidden in little nooks and cranny everywhere.
Yeah.
And it was just like, why would you put that? Why didn't you just take it out? Why wouldn't you just?
It's your place. Why would you need to hide all? Yeah.
Well, he didn't want people to see him carrying full trash bags of Calvert bottles. Clink, clank, cling, cling.
Tinkle, tinkle.
Yeah, and it's like, well, you got to take them out every day then. But yeah, it was insane. And then it was one of those apartments where you go out on the like a little
Balcony.
patio balcony landing thing, and there's a storage closet out there.
Full of bottles?
I went out there, and it was like, don't open that door, McGee. Open the door, and giant trash bags full of these bottles are just coming down on me.
Maybe he was going to recycle.
I don't know. Maybe he was going to use them to make his own liquor.
Now, I got some up in my cupboard that I use for liquor.
Oh, anyway, I'm going to put a fork in this. I'm going to play a couple of these songs that are about me.
You know what? You just reminded me of the guy that I trained with when I was a manager at Kmart.
Oh, yeah?
The liquor salesman who didn't drink. And when he quit, he said, Kim, you like to drink, don't you? And I said, well, sometimes I drink, not very often though. Well, maybe you could help me. So we go over to Greg's house, and he's got a pretty decent sized 2-car garage. And he says, well, I'm going to give you some if you take it. And I said, well, how much have you got? And he rolls this double doors up, and there in the center of this giant 2-car garage is a pyramid 8 feet high of nothing but booze stacked up. And I said, Greg, you don't drink. What is all this booze for? And he says, it's courtesy liquor. I said, what? He said, oh, yeah. He says, they give you certain amounts of alcohol to, whenever you make a stop. It's just like gallons
it's a product. It's a product sample.
Gallons.
Oh, look here.
Yeah, it would be like, gallon-sized bottles of this stuff.
Have a blessed
Early Times and, Cuddy Sark and just in this
Heaven
giant...
Hill, Old Forester, you name it.
It was ridiculous. And I said, you want to give me that? What, am I going to get a semi to get it all?
Roller Skater Texas Girl says, have a blessed and wonderful New Year's rest, everyone. Thanks, Tom. No, thank you, Roller Skater Texas Girl. You've been such a generous and wonderful viewer of the show, and just a cool person in general. And always...
Roller, you're the best.
You are. You really are. And I do got to get out there and... see the roller skating place so you guys can make fun of me as I fall. I mean, I might just sit on the side and just kind of, commiserate with I might be like that old guy that goes to the basketball courts and is just like, well, in my day, I used to shoot a baseline jumper. Maybe that's what I would
Grandpa
do.
Fred, or whatever they call him.
Yeah.
Carl Malone. Uncle, isn't it Uncle something or Uncle something?
I think it's Uncle something. I have that movie. I don't think it's Carl Malone. I think it's somebody else.
No, he's the original dude was Carl Malone. He'd put on how Red Fox had that fake hair that he wore. Well, that's what Carl Malone would do. He'd be all gray beard and gray hair, and what was it called?
Uncle Drew.
Yeah.
But see, that's Kyrie Irving.
It is now, but originally it was Malone.
I don't know nothing about any other one.
Because
Uncle Drew.
Yeah, Uncle Drew started out being Carl Malone, and then he quit doing it, I think. And then
you're saying it was a thing that they were doing, and then they made a movie out of it. Well,
yeah.
You remember Grandmama with Larry Johnson?
Yeah.
And then he gets Shaquille O'Neal and Chris Webber and Nate Robinson and Lisa Leslie. And anyway, I love that movie. I have it. I own it. I own that movie. That's my movie.
When it started on YouTube, it was Karl Malone.
I got you.
It was just like the prank with the Mannings and
Chad.
the latest one was
Chad Powers and Baker Mayfield did the same thing.
Yeah, and that's where they got the idea was
There's
from Uncle
a
Drew.
soccer player did that, I think, before those other guys did. Greg Maddux did it, kind of. Remember Greg Maddux did it?
Yeah, I saw that one.
God, was that good.
Yeah, it was funny.
God, was that great. Because Maddux has still got that control, and he's just sitting there going,
I was thinking, we need to roll out Tony Gwynn.
hell yeah.
You get like 430 something off of him.
That's the only guy he didn't own, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, but he did that on all their staff.
If
He did it on
everybody's
Maddox,
staff.
Glavin, Smoltz.
He did it on everybody's staff. I mean, just the
And he was like that at San Diego State.
oh yeah,
I watched it one year. He was when they were up for batting practice,
giving him the great coaching
and
advice.
they're trying to figure out. It was a dude that was the starter for Washington. That was on San Diego State's staff then, or was pitching for him then. Their number one pitcher, and they were trying to hit him, and Gwen just said, "What is wrong with you guys? Just go up there and hit it." And they're like, "Well, coach, we're trying." And he said, "Oh, let me show you." And he started he was lighting that dude up.
Yeah.
He couldn't get the ball past him.
Well, it's why sometimes great players aren't great coaches.
It wasn't just that he worked on that, not just because he had the talent, but he's the first guy to use a computer.
Yeah. But a great player, if he's a coach, will just do things like that. He'll just go, no, just kick it like this. It'll go right in the corner. People are like, what? I'm trying to do that.
Yeah,
you know?
I can't do that.
You can do that. I can't do that.
It's talent and just you have the eye and the mindset and all that stuff.
And they don't understand why regular humans can't do it. Anyway, Wolf, thanks for jumping on, man. Always good to talk to you. And
glad to be able to do it and finally got stuff working the way it's supposed to work.
It's nice
now that I'm on Linux.
Everything, you sound great, and you're wearing your Ball State memorabilia. If I'd have known, I'd have worn mine. And
got my
one
and only bowl win shirt on, and
more than they've done.
State hat.
More than they've done for us since we graduated. But
man, I'm telling you.
Anyway,
those bowl games and only one win.
Yeah, they should have called it the COVID Bowl.
Fitz would call me and he'd go, "Wolf, Ball State's in the so and so, the Motor City or the Copper, whatever it was."
No, the Beef O'Brady Bowl.
Well, that was one of them. They were in the Motor City one time.
They were in Motor City. They
got lit up by Marshall. Then it was the Copper Bowl against Vegas.
No, they lost twice in a row to who'd they lose
Kaepernick.
Yeah. No,
it wasn't. They lost one to him, and they lost two to Bortles.
Yeah, two
Blake
in a row to
Bortles,
Bortles, What was that? I remember when Blake Bortles.
Boca Raton Bowl? Was that it?
Central Florida.
Yeah.
Central Florida. We lost to a directional school. Come on, man. The 2012.
We lost to Tulsa. We lost to
Beef O'Brady Bowl. He was the MVP. Come on, man.
What was the one they lost to Tulsa in? What the heck? What bowl was that one?
Let's see, Ball State Tulsa bowl game. Whoops, there we go. That would have been, we got waxed. Oh, that was the 2009 GMAC Bowl.
There you go.
And that was our undefeated season.
No, we weren't undefeated. We lost to Buffalo in the championship game.
Well, we were 12-1. It says undefeated, but we were 12-1 entering the game, and we got waxed.
Ooh, you betcha.
45-13.
Mr. Gut, that's still playing, actually arena football for San Diego.
Yes, he's Nate Davis. But we got 45-13. They almost they almost hung a half 100 on us.
Half 100.
They almost hung a half 100 on us. Let's see here.
Mr. Small Hands kept fumbling the ball.
Mr. Small Hands. He's with the San Diego Strike Force.
Yep. And I watched him lose to Arizona last year.
The San Diego Strike Force.
In the first game of the playoffs. Playoffs?
Let's see here. He in indoor football.
And he was in Arizona as the quarterback.
He has a completion percentage of about 60. He's passed for 30,000 yards, average of 7 yards of completion for 698 touchdowns and 142 interceptions, passer rating of 105.3. And, he's going to be a Hall of Fame indoor player.
In that preseason games with, games with San Francisco, he was the best looking quarterback.
Yeah.
But I, through the grapevine, heard that he couldn't learn the offense. So they cut him.
Well.
And I think I'd also heard from, I remember Fitz told me that he had a learning disability or something, but
Kim,
I don't know if that's true or not.
Plus, when you lose the Beef O'Brady Bowl, people just look at you different. Anyway.
I want to say he was from Hamilton, Ohio or something.
He might, God, there was a period of time where Ball State could not get enough.
Every guy was from Hamilton.
And not just in football. I mean, we had girl swimmers. We had, you name it. We couldn't get enough Hamilton, Ohio places, dudes. Yep. Oh, no, he was from Bel Air, Ohio. Obviously a suburb of Hamilton, Ohio.
Yeah, just across the street.
Let me see
here. Brady Hoke was a Hamilton dude.
I remember we had a girl swimmer that was also from Hamilton, Ohio. And I was like, well, you probably don't have trouble finding a ride back home since half the football team's going.
Yeah, you got plenty of rides you can catch.
Yeah, you got a choice. Anyway, I got to get going. I'll wrap at you soon.
All right, I'm out. Have a happy new year.
You do the same. You want me to remove you, or you want to just amscray on your own?
I'm getting ready to amscray on my own. Leave Stu.
I love that guy. He's the greatest. We're just going to pretend I stayed up till 2 to get the West Coast. I don't see anybody around here. All of you, if anybody bothered to listen to this 6-hour podcast, I'm sorry. And we will have another show tomorrow, the Tenerife air disaster, deadliest air disaster in history. The Susan Walsh disappearance will be on Friday. And then for our good friend, roller skater, Texas girl, the Situation Comedy Soap on Sunday. And that'll be in the middle of the afternoon. So here's 2 awesome songs about me. You know what? I'm just going to play one. And certainly want to wish every single person a happy new year. and a very prosperous 2026. You guys are the bestest, and I think the only thing left to say is, till next time, we'll see you next time.
If Tom was down in Texas, would he podcast with a smile? If he was in Ohio, could he fly? Behind his desk, wherever, can he see us through the screen? Would we be on the same football team? And when he comes around, the stadium's fill up fully. They scream, "Is that him, Mr. Gulley? Is that Tom? It's Tom Gulley." When Tom drives to the city, all the pretty girls come about. Tom Gulley's airwaves a merciful shout. And when Tom parks his Jag in a space that's looking safe, all the men wish that they could be in his place. And when he comes around, the stadiums fill up fully. They yell, "Is that him, Mr. Gulley? Is that Tom? It's Tom Gulley." I never know the words to say for Tom to look my way. Sitting in my place, wasting space for Tom to go far. Popping some pills for the man with the Letterman star. And if Tom came to your country, would you keep